LoveLore Library. Chapter 6:15. 170,000 gold coins was equivalent to the earnings of the Yellow Wings competition zone for 5 days. Because of this matter, the higher-ups of the Hidden Night Pavilion called him over and fiercely reprimanded him. "What's wrong? The higher-ups are blaming you. Little darling, don't get angry. It's only a few 100,000 gold coins. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely let you earn enough in the two-person monthly competition next month." Lu Qingqing was very good at reading people's expressions. Seeing the sullen look on Yellow Knight Emissary's face, she tried to persuade him. She had also heard that not only the 7th competition zone that she was in, a dark horse had also appeared in the 9th competition zone today. The leader of the Bee Venom battle team, Bee Boss, who was originally a hot topic, was killed. There was no need to doubt Bee Boss's skills. Although he wasn't on the same level as her, his poison skills were still very good. Not only was Lu Qingqing a frequent winner in the individual competition, she was also in a two-person team called Willow Blade. She was participating in the two-person competition with a male fighter called Turtle Blade. Her results in the two-person competition were much better than her results in the individual competition. Furthermore, because the two-person competition and the prize money were higher, there were more people watching the two-person competition. Furthermore, the amount of money that was placed in the gambling house was also higher. After Qiu Qingqing's winning streak record was broken by Dong Huanglinger, her chances of fighting for the title of the Fighting King in the individual competition had decreased greatly. Therefore, she decided to shift her attention to the two-person competition. With Turtle Blade, she was very confident that she would be able to sweep through the two-person competition zone. Furthermore, up until now, they had already won 29 matches in the two-person competition. As long as they were able to win 30 matches in a row, they would be able to enter the next month's monthly competition. Once they enter the monthly competition, their prize money would be increased by 5 times. Furthermore, their accumulated battle results would also be increased by 5 times. If they were to win the monthly competition, they would have the chance to enter the seasonal competition, or even the annual competition. At that time, the prizes for the seasonal competition and the annual competition would be even more generous. They would also be a step closer to becoming the Fighting King. After hearing what Lu Qingqing said, Yellow Knight Emissary also became somewhat interested. He indeed needed a victory in the monthly competition to make up for his losses and redeem some of the higher-ups' impression of him. "How confident are you?" In the Earthly Wings competition zone, Chen Yi, that fellow, is said to have recruited a few very capable newbies. The Knight Emissaries of the 4 main competition zones, including Yellow Knight Emissary, seemed to be colleagues, but in private, the competition was very intense. About 70%. However, if you can give me that medicine, I will have a 99% chance. Lu Qingqing used her soft and boneless hands to touch Yellow Knight Emissary's chest. Her charming eyes were about to drip with tears. "You mean that kind of medicine? You know very well that the drug is still in the experimental stage, and the Hidden Night Pavilion does not recommend using it on humans. The second young master of the Sky Wings Arena commissioned the Hidden Night Pavilion to develop that medicine. It's usually only used on magical beasts to increase the excitement of the matches in the Profound Wings Arena," Yellow Knight Emissary muttered. "Did you forget that I'm a half-magical beast? Otherwise, how could I withstand your torment in that aspect?" Lu Qingqing said angrily. "If I have that kind of medicine, my strength will increase greatly. As long as I make it into the monthly and annual competitions, you will definitely be recognized by the higher-ups of the Hidden Night Pavilion. Maybe you can go to other competition zones to be a Knight Emissary." Lu Qingqing tried her best to persuade Yellow Knight Emissary. Yellow Knight Emissary was very tempted. He was also tired of staying in the Profound Wings Arena. The profits here were too limited, Unlike the Knight Emissaries in the Sky Wings and Earthly Wings arenas, who could become rich just by selling mid-grade and high-level magic pills. Even the Knight emissaries in the Profound Wings arena could make use of the trading of magical beast cubs to earn a lot of profits. Seeing that Yellow Knight emissary was already tempted, Lu Qingqing continued to persuade him. I also heard that the two Dark Horse contestants who ruined your plans, Yan and Huang, are also participating in the 2-on-1 competition. As long as we use some methods, we will definitely meet. At that time, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Lu Qingqing was narrow-minded. She would never allow Dong Huang Linger to still be standing in the arena after injuring herself. Yellow Knight emissary hesitated. He indeed had not given up on the idea of subduing Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger. Especially when the other party might be a dark magician. Among female magicians, dark element magicians were extremely rare. If the other party didn't come from any big family, then after subduing her and giving her to some of the esteemed guests from the temple, she would definitely be very popular. Alright, as long as you can win one more round and enter the monthly competition, I will give you that medicine. Yellow Knight emissary decided to take a gamble. After all, that kind of forbidden medicine was something that Lu Qingqing would only use under extreme circumstances. According to what he knew, among the contestants who entered the monthly competition, there was no one who was more powerful than Lu Qingqing and Tortoise Sword. Hearing that, Lu Qingqing was extremely happy, and the two of them started to get intimate. When the next day came, Dong Huang Linger's eyes were red and swollen like walnuts. Looking at her miserable appearance, Dong Huang Linger screamed and begged Yunxing to use ice magic to help her get rid of the swelling on her eyes. After fussing for a long time, Dong Huang Linger was finally willing to leave the house. When Dong Huang Linger saw Gufeng, she even looked at him worriedly. Who would have thought that Gufeng would still be in high spirits, and he was even smiling cheerfully at Dong Huang Linger, as if nothing had happened last night. This caused Dong Huang Linger to be bewildered. Last night, this blockhead looked as if the sky was going to collapse. Why is it that this morning, he looks as if he has been injected with chicken blood? Although Dong Huang Linger was puzzled, when she saw that Gufeng was still as cheerful as usual, Dong Huang Linger was both happy and worried. She had also noticed that Gufeng and Dong Huang Linger's expressions weren't right. However, as he wasn't good with words, he didn't ask too much about it. Give up. I've decided. From today onwards, I'll also enter the Earth Wings competition zone, Gu Feng announced his important decision in front of everyone. 1 hour later, Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger arrived at the competition zone number 9 and found Chu Yu. They told Chu Yu that they had decided to participate in the 2-person competition, and they agreed. From today onwards, all of the daily competitions would be held in Chu Yu's Division 9. Naturally, Chu Yu gladly accepted. Due to the geographical location of Chu Yu's Division 9 and some other reasons, there weren't many people participating in the competition. This resulted in the number of people who came to watch the competition every day. When Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger took the initiative to come, Chu Yu was rather happy. Just when Chu Yu and Flame Emperor were discussing, a pair of unfriendly eyes were sizing up a Flame Emperor and Chu Yu. Chu Yu, let me give you a piece of advice. As a judge, it's better for you to not get too close to the contestants. A voice that sounded like a man's and a woman's voice interrupted their conversation. Without turning her head around to see who the person was, a trace of impatience appeared on Chu Yu's beautiful face. Kong Fei, why are you not managing the competition zone number 1 and coming to my remote competition zone number 9? Chapter 6:16. The pungent smell of cosmetics wafted over, and a gorgeously dressed male referee walked over. Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger had never seen such a feminine man before. He was quite good-looking, with thick eyebrows and beautiful eyes, but for some reason, he gave off an overly feminine feeling. When he walked, he would even twist and turn, causing Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger to have goosebumps. Truly, there were all kinds of birds in the sea. There were a total of 9 referees in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. Chu Yu was the referee of the 9th competition zone, and the person who had come was the referee of the 1st competition zone, Kong Fei. Although there didn't seem to be much of a difference between the competition zones. However, anyone who had stayed in the Heaven's Wings arena knew that from the 1st to the 9th competition zones, there were no teleportation arrays in between, so one could only rely on their feet to get there. The spectators who came to the arena to watch the competition were all there to buy thrills and have fun. No one was willing to walk more than a few steps. The 9th competition zone was the most remote, and its popularity was different. The spectators preferred to go to the 1st to 3rd day zones to compete. For this reason, most outstanding or popular contestants would go to the 1st to 3rd competition zones to sign up for the competition. This led to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd competition zones having the highest daily income and popularity. Some veteran contestants, in order to gain more fame, would also privately bribe the referees of some competition zones to enter a better competition zone. The income of the referees was directly related to the number of spectators on that day's competition. From this, it could be seen that Chu Yu, who had been placed in the 9th competition zone, was not highly regarded. Currently, the highest income in the Yellow Wings competition zone was the 1st competition zone, and the lowest was the 9th competition zone. Yunxing also found it strange. In her opinion, Chu Yu was an extremely outstanding management talent. Why had she been placed in the 9th competition zone? Chu Yu, don't be so shameless. I'm just reminding you out of the kindness of my heart. Kong Fei had already walked over, swaying his hips. He glanced at Chu Yu, and when he saw her beautiful face, jealousy flashed through his eyes. Kong Fei, when it comes to being close to the contestants, how can I compare to you? Chu Yu looked displeased. What she meant was that Kong Fei was secretly mocking Kong Fei for accepting bribes from the contestants in private and arranging for the competition zones to be unfair. Kong Fei was greedy and narrow-minded. He had always ostracized the beautiful Chu Yu. Chu Yu was an upright person, and he wasn't willing to see the arena filled with a foul atmosphere. She had always been a fair judge and would never accept bribes in private. She would also stop the petty tricks of the Hidden Night Pavilion if she could. But Kong Fei was different. He relied on his special status, and not only did he dominate the 1st competition area's judge, but he also secretly received benefits from the Hidden Night Pavilion and the contestants. Even when Yunxing and Lu Qingqing met Big B and Lu Qingqing in their first individual competition, it was Kong Fei who added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. As Yunxing and Dong Huangling weren't insiders of the arena, Chu Yu didn't reveal these things to them. You bitch, are you scolding me for accepting bribes? Chu Yu, you shameless bastard. Last time, weren't you the one who said that I wasn't even the lord of the city? I implicated the 2nd young master and got scolded. When Kong Fei heard that, he was so angry that his pretty boy face trembled. He was also extremely sissy. When he was angry, he would stomp his feet and put his hands on his waist. He didn't forget to form an orchid shape with his hands, looking like a shrew cursing on the streets. Yunxing and Dong Huangling finally understood that this Kong Fei was a sissy. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Don't think that I don't know how much benefits you received from the Yellow Knight Emissary. Don't think that just because you and the 2nd young master got together, the entire Yellow Wings competition zone is your world. Chu Yu's expression became more and more ugly. You are just jealous. Don't think that I don't know why you were chased out of the city lord's mansion. You can't hook up with the big one and the small one doesn't like you. Let me tell you, you won't be happy for long. I will definitely be the head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. Kong Fei glanced at the Flame Emperor duo. It turned out that the Sky Wings arena was the property of the Sky Wings City Lord, and it was now managed by the second young master of the Skywing City Lord, Skywings Dong. When Skywings Dong inherited the Skywings Arena, in order to assist him, the Skywing City Lord had chosen 4 head judges for each of the 4 competition zones. These 4 people and Skywings Dong formed the upper echelon of the Skywings Arena and were in charge of the daily affairs of the entire arena. They had a very high right to speak. Because Skywings Dong himself didn't often appear in the Skywings Arena, the head judges of each competition zone were equivalent to the true rulers of the competition zones. Last year, the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone had retired, and the new person in charge had been left undecided. Skywings Dong had once announced to the public that all the referees of the 9 daily competition zones of the Yellow Wings competition zone had the right to run for the new head judge of each competition zone. The rule was that, at the end of the year, whichever competition zone had accumulated the highest annual income could become the new head judge. This condition seemed fair, but in reality, it was very unfair. Everyone knew that the annual income of the 1st to the 9th competition zones was very different. The income of the 1st competition zone in the previous years was several dozen times that of Chu Yu's 9th competition zone. The majority of the referees dared to be indignant at this request, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was because they all knew that Kong Fei and the second young master, Skywings Dong, had a close relationship. What was this about selecting a new head judge of a competition zone? In truth, it was to let Kong Fei take the position. In private, they either curried favor with Kong Fei, colluded with him, or disdained him, avoiding him as much as possible. But none of them truly dared to face Kong Fei head-on. This was also why Kong Fei found Chu Yu to be an eyesore and always made trouble for her. Only Chu Yu was an exception. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, she opposed Kong Fei and was unwilling to give up the chance to fight for the position of the new head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. It had to be said that Chu Yu was quite the character. Her appearance was outstanding, and her personal charm alone had attracted many spectators. Thanks to her efforts, the income of the 9th competition zone had increased, but it was still a drop in the bucket. After all, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without the addition of good contestants, Chu Yu could only sit and watch as the day of the year-end settlement approached. But just as Chu Yu was about to despair, the Flame Emperor appeared. This gave Chu Yu a glimmer of hope. For Kong Fei, the situation was completely different. There were only 8 or 9 months left until the end of the year. Kong Fei originally had 100% confidence that he could defeat Chu Yu. Kong Fei had a fetish for cross-dressing since he was young. He wanted to be a woman, but he wasn't one. Later, when he accompanied the second young master, he became even more unbridled and fearless. After Chu Yu arrived at the Skywings Arena, due to her beautiful appearance and outstanding social skills, Kong Fei had always been very jealous of her and had always been pushing her aside in private. The first few times, Chu Yu had endured it, but today, the other party had directly come knocking on her door, so Chu Yu wasn't going to be polite. Chapter 6:17. Within the Heaven's Wings Arena, there were many spies from various forces. The competition between the Sun competition zones was also very intense. Presumably, when Chu Yu went to the 7th competition zone, she was too close to the Flame Emperor, which attracted the attention of Kong Fei's spies. That was why Kong Fei came knocking. The two of you are the Flame Emperor who has been in the limelight recently. Kong Fei glanced at the 2 Flame Emperors. Seeing that the other party had a female body that he would never be able to have in his lifetime, Kong Fei couldn't help feeling a bit disgusted. The jealousy in his heart was very strong, and the gaze he looked at the Flame Emperor with became a bit more impolite. That's right. And you are? Yunxing didn't bat an eyelid. I am the referee of the 1st competition zone, Kong Fei. From tomorrow onwards, the two of you will compete in the first competition zone. Remember, when you go on stage, take off the masks on your faces. What's there to be so secretive about? Kong Fei demanded rudely. Kong Fei, they are from my competition zone. What right do you have to make such demands? Although she had already guessed that nothing good would come out of Kong Fei's visit, Chuyu didn't expect that Kong Fei would dare to snatch people away without even asking. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were very dissatisfied with Kong Fei's rudeness. Go to the first competition zone. What benefits can we get? Dong Huanglinger snorted. Benefits? You two are just two ordinary newcomers, and you dare to talk conditions with me. Allowing you to participate in the competition is because your strength is not bad. According to the rules of the first competition zone, you must give me half of the prize money that the contestants earn. Kong Fei raised his head high, using his nostrils to point at the three. Although Kong Fei climbed to his current position by relying on his connections, one couldn't help but admit that he had a bit of an economic mind. He was very sharp. The moment any outstanding or dark horse appeared in the 9 sun competition zones of the Yellow Wings competition zone, he would immediately try to rope them in. In particular, he had heard that Flame and Emperor had defeated Feng Da and tied with Lu Qingqing during their first competition. Although he didn't know whether the two's victory was due to luck, the first battle of the two was a resounding success, which attracted a certain amount of popularity. The Sky Wings arena was like a large stage. It could attract a large number of spectators who pursued excitement and violence, but sometimes, some outstanding dark horse contestants could attract some fans. Once these fans decided on a few contestants, they would unrestrainedly follow them. This could be considered as a die-hard fan in the modern sense. As a result, more and more people came to watch. At that time, Flame Emperor would still be able to attract a large number of spectators even in the remote number 9 competition zone. They were newcomers, and they were female magicians. They had a certain degree of mystery, which could become one of the selling points of the arena to attract customers. Both Chuyu and Kong Fei saw this potential in the Flame Emperor duo, which was why they came to rope them in. However, compared to Kong Fei, Chuyu's methods were more subtle and friendly. Kong Fei might have wanted to invite Flame Emperor, but as the future head judge of the Yellow Wings competition zone, he put on airs and demanded a share of the prize. Kong Fei actually wanted to split the prize money in front of everyone. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger hated this sissy from the bottom of their hearts. As for that second young master, from the looks of it, he should be one of the higher-ups of the arena. Kong Fei relied on that second young master's bed to become the referee of number 1 competition zone. In any case, from the conversation between Kong Fei and Chuyu just now, Kong Fei was someone who sold his ass. Sorry, we don't like people who sell chrysanthemums in our competition zone, Yunxing replied sarcastically. Sell chrysanthemums? Dong Huanglinger and Chuyu couldn't react for a short while as they recalled the conversation between Kong Fei and Chuyu. After a while, Chuyu laughed out loud. Dong Huanglinger also laughed out loud. Under the mask, tears were about to come out from her eyes. Sell chrysanthemums. To think that Yunxing would be able to describe it. Chuyu didn't expect that Yunxing, who usually looked strict and cautious, would actually spit out such vulgar words. Kong Fei might be a sissy, but he believed that he was the high and mighty referee of number 1 competition zone. When had he ever received such humiliation before? He was mad with anger. He pinched his thumb and middle finger and pointed at Yunxing and the other two. Remember this. He stomped his foot and ran away. Chuyu also felt very relieved. Sorry, I let you see a joke. Chuyu smiled awkwardly. What is the background of that Kong Fei? It seems that you are very afraid of him. Dong Huanglinger stuck out her tongue at Kong Fei's back. He is second young master's boy toy, just a clown. Don't mind him too much. You guys can compete as much as you want. No matter how long Kong Fei's hands are, he can't interfere with my number 9 competition zone. Chuyu didn't want Manager Chu to worry too much. When the 2 young masters of Skywing City Lord's residence were mentioned, Chuyu also had a headache. The Skywing City Lord was a wise man, but he raised 2 useless sons, Skywings Tuo and Skywings Dong. These 2 brothers were born from 2 different wives, and neither of them were good people. Skywings Tuo liked luxury and liked to collect all kinds of treasures. He was a hedonistic young master, and the treasure boat was under his name. He wantonly squandered it, pursued women, and even snatched women. Those women who were humiliated were all afraid of the Skywing City Lord's reputation and didn't dare to be arrogant. As for the second young master, Skywings Dong, his personality was completely different from his eldest brother. He was competitive and ruthless, and was a martial arts fanatic. But in private, he was a person with special hobbies. He didn't like women, and liked pretty boys the most. The number of boy toys under him was no less than 10 all year round. The Skywing City Lord had put in a lot of effort for these 2 brothers. According to the 2 brothers' personalities and preferences, he handed the Skywings Arena and the treasure boat to the 2 of them to manage. So you're saying that second young master has a homosexual fetish? Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger clicked their tongues in wonder. Yes, these words can only be said here. Don't spread it out. Kong Fei is second young master's favorite boy toy. Apart from this, Kong Fei is also the cousin of Hidden Night Pavilion's Yellow Knight Emissary. In the Skywings Arena, Yellow Knight Emissary can be so unbridled in the Yellow Wing competition zone because of this relationship. Chuyu frowned. From what she knew, Yellow Knight Emissary and second young master had some secret dealings. Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger had offended Hidden Night Pavilion, and now, they had offended Kong Fei. Their future days wouldn't be peaceful. The 2 of you have quite the guts to have offended the 2 most sinister brothers in the Skywings Arena. Chuyu didn't know if she should say that the Flame Emperor was reckless or reckless. No one had ever dared to offend Kong Fei like this. This person was petty and liked to hold grudges, even more of a sissy than a woman. He would definitely take revenge on the Flame Emperor and the 9th competition zone. Chapter 6:18. However, don't worry. As long as it's within the 9th competition zone, Kong Fei will still have to give me some face. Chuyu sighed. Towards the 2 people's recklessness just now, she chose to ignore it. Big Sister Chuyu, please allow us to call you Big Sister Chuyu. The 2 of us are newcomers, so it's unavoidable for us to be a bit rash. Please forgive us in the future. Yunsheng was a very straightforward person. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't like them, she didn't like them. Chu Yu's personality was straightforward. She treated people with sincerity. Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger both liked her very much. Be it Kong Fei or Hidden Night Pavilion, as long as they offended her or her friends, she wouldn't let them off. In other words, she had already decided that no matter what, the competition would be held in the 9th competition zone. I welcome the 2 of you to join the 9th competition zone. However, there's one thing that I need to make clear. In the arena, battle skills and magic don't have eyes. If the 2 of you can win, I will definitely not covet any of the rewards and glory. However, if the 2 of you are weak and lose, I will definitely not help you. Chu Yu also liked the 2 newcomers in front of her very much. However, she also wanted to see the 2's true strength. Regarding this, you can rest assured. His Majesty and I will obtain victory with our own efforts. However, I have a request. Yunsheng's expression became serious. As long as I can help you, just say the word. Chu Yu was also a straightforward person. I only want to have a match with Lu Qingqing. Yunsheng's black eyes surged with anger. At this moment, although Yunsheng was wearing a mask, a terrifying fluctuation of emotions could be felt from her body. It was like killing intent, but it was even stronger than killing intent. Even Chu Yu, who had experienced countless life and death situations in the arena, couldn't help but be startled. Dong Linger, who was beside Yunsheng, had a slight change in her expression. Looking at Yunsheng, her heart surged. She knew very well that Yunsheng was doing this for her sake. That day, when Dong Linger woke up from her injuries, the first thing she saw was Yunsheng's worried expression. This kind of sincere concern between friends was something that Dong Linger had never felt from other people before. At the same time that she felt grateful towards Dong Ling, she also decided that no matter what happened in the future, Yunsheng would always be her, Dong Linger's, good friend. After Yunsheng came to the boundless world, her first friend was Dong Linger. Earlier, when Dong Linger was taught a lesson by the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion, she had already made a note of it in her heart. Lu Qingqing's actions made Yunsheng even more furious. Lu Qingqing, this person must die. The Hidden Night Pavilion must be destroyed. Lu Qingqing. Chu Yu also understood Yunsheng's meaning. Her expression turned serious. I'm afraid it won't be easy. If Lu Qingqing hadn't been defeated a few days ago, you would have had a high chance of meeting her in the singles competition. But after a draw, she was injured. According to her personality, she will definitely focus on the two-person competition in the future. In the 9th competition zone, Chu Yu does have a certain amount of ability to help arrange the matches. But she doesn't have the authority to make those who don't participate. Moreover, with Qiu Qingqing's relationship with the Hidden Night Pavilion and Kong Fei, she would rarely participate in the 9th competition zone. Her only chance would be the monthly competition. It just so happened that it was the turn of the 9th division to host the most recent monthly tournament. At that time, Chu Yu had the confidence to arrange a match between Flame Emperor and Lu Qingqing. But now, Lu Qingqing would only participate in the two-person competition, which had a higher chance of winning. Therefore, if Flame Emperor wanted to take revenge, he would have to participate in the two-person competition. You are saying that Lu Qingqing will also participate in the two-person competition. That's even better. Yunsheng, let's beat her in the two-person competition. Dong Linger was full of enthusiasm after hearing Chu Yu's words. Yunsheng was like Dong Linger's backbone. With her around, Dong Linger was even more confident. Moreover, after going through the life and death battle last time, Dong Ling had a lot of enlightenment. She also suddenly understood why the continent's magic elite camp let the students participate in the training. Both she and Yunsheng were magicians with decent talent. But because of their environment, compared to Tang Yuan and those magicians from the temple, they lacked systematic magic training since they were young. In the past year, the Dark Gold instructors had already reorganized the magic foundation of the two. What they lacked now was the opportunity to practice magic in actual combat. It could be said that Yunsheng and Dong Ling would be able to gain unprecedented experience in a place like the Skywings Arena. The arena wasn't a training ground. There were only life and death battles there. If they weren't careful, what awaited them would be death. Then, when is Lu Qingqing's next two-person competition? Yunsheng also agreed to participate in the two-person competition with Dong Linger. In terms of magic attributes, her and Dong Linger's magic attributes could be said to be complementary to each other. In terms of personality, Dong Linger was impulsive, while she was cautious. The two of them were the most suitable together. Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Chu Yu helped them check the number of matches. With one look, Chu Yu frowned. The situation isn't good. Lu Qingqing has already won 29 matches in a row. She only needs to win one more match to enter the monthly competition. According to the rules of the Sky Wings Arena, any contestant who accumulated 30 matches in a month could automatically enter the monthly competition. The first place of the monthly competition could enter the annual competition and compete for the title of King of Combat. Generally, if a contestant obtained 30 matches in a row and entered the monthly competition, they would stop the following matches in order to preserve their strength and prepare for the final round of the monthly competition. Lu Qingqing was already an old member. Previously, she hadn't been able to enter the monthly competition because of her partner. This year, she had obtained the support of the Hidden Night Pavilion and found new teammates. Now, she could be said to be unstoppable. It could be said that for the time being, there was no contestant in the Yellow Wings division who could compare to her Willow Blade team. If we want to enter the monthly competition, what are the conditions? What are the conditions? When Yunxing heard that, she also knew that only by entering the monthly competition would she have a chance to avenge Dong Huangling, 30 consecutive victories in a row, but Chu Yu frowned and looked at Yunxing and Dong Huangling suspiciously. The two of you should have just formed a new team not long ago. You haven't even participated in a single match in a row. Then, entering the monthly competition is probably impossible. The two of you can practice together for a while before sprinting for the monthly competition. You don't have to worry about that. She and I have already started fighting together since 7 years ago. When Yunxing and Dong Huangling heard that, they looked at each other and nodded heavily. At that moment, the flames of excitement were dancing in their eyes. The two of them had already experienced the tribulation of life and death when they first met when they were 6 years old. This kind of tacit understanding very quickly became a part of their flesh and blood in the following year's competition. Chapter 6:19. We will enter the monthly competition. Furthermore, it will be next month's monthly competition. Big sister Chu Yu, you just need to help us arrange it. Those who knew Yunxing would feel that her talent was very high. However, those who truly understood Yunxing would realize that the reason why she was able to break through to where she was today, no matter if it was her medical skills or magic skills, she relied on her own hard work. If you put an effort, you might not get anything in return. However, if you don't put an effort, everything would just be empty talk. This was the only principle that she had established in her 2 lifetimes as a person. Since she had decided to kill Lu Qingqing and establish herself in the Yellow Wings competition zone, she would not care about the cost. There were only less than 20 days left until the end of the month. In other words, Yunxing and Dong Huangling only had a short 20 days left. Alright, in the remaining 20 days, other than the individual competition, I will try my best to arrange the duo competition for the two of you. Seemingly infected by the tacit understanding between the two of them, Chu Yu nodded her head. I will go and arrange the competition for the two of you now. Welcome to the 9th competition zone. Chu Yu was also very fond of these two little sisters. She had a premonition that whether or not she could become the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future would depend on Flame Emperor. Very quickly, the Flame Emperor team welcomed their first duo competition. This was the first battle after the two of them formed a team. It was especially important. Whether or not they would win or lose was very crucial. According to Chu Yu's words, this was the time for them to make a name for themselves. Chu Yu's preparation was very thorough. Before the start of the competition, she specially prepared information for Yunxing and Dong Huangling. Not only that, she also prepared 2 sets of magician's robes as a gift for the two of them. Yunxing and Dong Huangling both had Elf Clan's magic robes. However, the two of them had to hide their identity right now. Thus, they naturally couldn't wear Elf's magic robes. Chu Yu was also very generous. With just a glance, one could tell that the two magicians' robes were of high quality. They were worth no less than 500 gold coins. Dong Huanglinger wondered where a mere judge like her got so much money. The two magicians' robes, one red and one blue. Dong Huanglinger liked red. Thus, Yunxing gave the red robe to her and chose the blue robe. After changing into their magician robes, they waited for the competition to officially begin. Yunxing, I'm a bit nervous. What if we encounter an opponent like Lu Qingqing again? Are we still going to use the same strategy as before? After Dong Huanglinger left the tavern, she was feeling a bit nervous. Ling He, Qiu Qingqing is just a whetstone in our competition. Our final goal is the annual competition, and even the Fighting King. Thus, we have to preserve our trump cards as much as possible. Remember what we discussed earlier. I will support, and you will attack. If we catch them off guard, there will definitely be no problem. Yunsheng was able to tell that Dong Huanglinger still hadn't completely recovered from the previous competition. Moreover, where did so many Lu Qingqing come from? Let's take a look at our first opponent first. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger were waiting at the resting area for the 2-on-1 battle. The number of contestants participating in the two-person competition was obviously much less than the one-person competition. The resting area was also a lot more spacious. Only about 100 pairs of players could be seen. The number of matches for the first pair competition was out. Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor's opponents were a pair of brother and sister. Flame Emperor's opponent was a pair of brother and sister. According to Chu Yu's information, their opponents were a pair of twins, Lu Hong and Lu Qing. Both of them were martial ancestor realm martial artists and were experts in martial arts. Only until the moment before the start of the match did Yunxing see her opponents. Her opponents were a pair of male and female martial artists who looked almost exactly the same. Their ages were around 20 years old, and their names were Lu Hong and Lu Qing. They were a pair of twins. Compared to the people from Venom, this pair of brother and sister looked a lot more down to earth. They were the same as most of the contestants in the arena. They were here to make a living by participating in the arena. In the previous few matches that the two of them had, their results were average. For this month, the number of wins and losses they had was 5 wins and 5 losses. They could be considered as average contestants. However, the biggest advantage of the two of them was that they were a pair of twins, and their tacit understanding with each other was very good. Once the two of them joined hands, they would be able to unleash a battle skill that was comparable to a martial saint's battle skill. Thus, after knowing who their opponents were, Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger had already discussed that they must not let the two of them have the chance to use a battle skill together. After looking at the information, a pair of male and female martial artists walked towards them. The two of you are Flame Emperor. Just like what the rumors said, both of you are wearing yiksha masks. Could it be that the two of you are very ugly? Lu Hong's personality was very straightforward. When she saw the masks that the two of them were wearing, she couldn't help but ask. Big sister, how can you ask such a question? The younger brother named Lu Qing immediately apologized. I am just speaking the truth. Why are you lecturing me? Am I the big sister or are you the big sister? Lu Hong was dissatisfied. Lu Qing felt a headache coming on. He could only quickly change the topic. The two of you defeated B-Boss and Lu Qingqing, right? So powerful. Speaking of which, we have also suffered losses from them before. It turned out that this pair of brother and sister had already lost to each other in the individual competition. With regards to B-Boss's poison, the two of them had a face full of resentment. B-Boss was just a trash from all walks of life. The people who had suffered losses from him in the competition area were nothing. Thus, after knowing that the two of them had taught B-Boss and Lu Qingqing a lesson, Lu Qing had a very good impression of them. It's one thing to defeat B-Boss, but it's another to defeat us. In private, we can be friends. However, in the competition arena, we will not be courteous. Our results in the individual competition are not good. However, in the duo competition, we are seniors. If the two of you lose, don't cry. Lu Hong said in a muffled voice. Hearing her tone, it was completely the tone of a senior. Both Flame and Emperor felt that it was funny. Big sister, it's done. Since we have already greeted each other, let's go and prepare for the competition. Lu Qing grabbed onto Lu Hong and pulled her away. What an interesting pair of brother and sister. After being interrupted by Lu Hong and Lu Qing, Dong Huanglinger was no longer nervous. When the time was up, Flame and Emperor walked out of the resting room and walked onto the competition arena. After having the experience of competing once, Flame and Emperor were already somewhat used to the atmosphere of the competition arena. However, it was different from the previous time. This time, the two of them walked into the circular open-air competition area. When they walked into the competition arena, they heard a burst of lively cheers. It was completely different from the cold and cheerless atmosphere of the individual competition. Why are there so many people? The two of them felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Looking at their surroundings, they quickly discovered that the number of people who came to watch the competition this time was a lot more than the number of people who came to watch the competition. There were at least 100+ people. Last time, even when they were fighting against Lu Qingqing, there weren't that many people. Because the two of you are now the Dark Horse contestants. Many people heard that B-Boss and Lu Qingqing were defeated. Thus, they all came to see what kind of people the two of you are. Chu Yu helped to explain. Chapter 620. The Heaven's Wings Arena was divided into new players, old players, Dark Horse players, popular players, and popular players. The latter three could attract the most spectators. Flame Emperor's fame was not enough to reach the level of popular players, but for those curious spectators, they had become an absolute dark horse. Therefore, the number of spectators for this duo competition was not small. On the arena, Flame Emperor saw Chu Yu. Opposite her, Lu Hong and Lu Qing were already standing at the side. Chu Yu was wearing a bright violet warrior robe, which accentuated her slim waist and perky buttocks. It was very pleasing to the eye. Flame and Emperor were also young women. The three of them standing together were very pleasing to the eye, which attracted a burst of whistles from the spectator stands. Chu Yu was in a good mood. It had been a long time since so many spectators came to the 9th division to watch. It seemed that her choice of Flame Emperor was right. 9th division, 7th group individual competition, Flame Emperor, team against Dragon Phoenix. Flame Emperor and Emperor are a new team for the first time. Their magic cultivation is respectively Master Magician and Saint Magician. Dragon Phoenix, team, Lu Hong and Lu Qing. The two of them have been in the team for 3 years, and their winning rate is more than 50%. Both of them are Martial Marquis. Unexpectedly, Lu Hong and Lu Qing's team name was actually Dragon Phoenix. This name must have been thought of by Lu Hong. Let the competition begin. Chu Yu's voice had just faded, and her feet had just left the arena. Just as Lu Hong and Lu Qing were about to start the battle, the arena suddenly became hazy. It was a hazy mist that enveloped the entire arena. Even the entire 9th day's competition zone was completely enveloped by it. On the arena, the field of vision was instantly blurred. Under such circumstances, Lu Hong and Lu Qing could not even see where the Flame Emperor team was, let alone use a combination battle technique. Such a realistic mist. Is this water magic? No, it's not water magic. A water magician shouted from the side. A water magician could not release such a large amount of mist at once. It was enough to pass off as a real mist. It's elven magic. Only the elven race's high-level water magic can form such a mist. The spectators at the side were all speechless. They had watched the competition for so long, but they had never seen such a scene. While he was still in a daze, he suddenly heard a delicate voice, "Excuse me." Ping dash, in the arena, 2 hurricanes rose from the ground. The fog was instantly pushed aside. There were originally 4 people in the arena, but now, 2 figures were smashed out like cannonballs. The 2 siblings, Lu Hong and Lu Qing, were knocked dizzy. Up until the moment they were knocked unconscious, they still didn't understand how they had lost. It was deathly quiet in the number 9 competition zone. It was almost exactly the same as the one in Beehive City. Instant victory, instant victory. After Chu Yu's experience last time, she was clearly much more receptive this time. She immediately announced, "Flame Emperor is victorious in the 7th match of Division number 9. He won. He won just like that." Until they walked out of the arena, many of the spectators were still immersed in the instant victory of the previous match. They had only used 2 spells, one elven water magic and the other wind magic, and they had won without any suspense. Flame Emperor's first pair competition was a complete victory. After the match, Lu Hong and Lu Qing, who had already woken up, found Flame Emperor, who was tidying up in the resting area. Lu Hong rushed up with an aggressive look. "You too. You cheated just now." Lu Hong only remembered that her vision was blurry, and then, she was swept away by the hurricane. This could be considered the easiest loss she had ever experienced in a competition. How did we cheat? This is called strategy. Dong Huanglinger was happy. She was just following what Yunxing said earlier, which was to use the fastest method to win. After all, she and Yunxing didn't hate this pair of twins. The 2 of them must enter the monthly competition. In between, Yunxing's request was to reveal as little of their strength as possible, and to win as quickly as possible. "Sis, stop fooling around. The 2 of them are stronger than us. Can't you see that they are going easy on us?" Lu Qing was much more open-minded. He just didn't expect that the strength of this pair of newbies was so much stronger than what they had imagined. Although he didn't see clearly what kind of magic the other party used, after the match, he had already heard about it from others. In the previous individual competition, the strength that the Flame Emperor pair displayed was very astonishing. Furthermore, their opponents didn't have a good ending. Especially Big B, who was fighting against a flame. It was said that he died in the blink of an eye. Even the people from Hidden Night Pavilion didn't know how he died. Flame Emperor is very powerful. These 2 newbies will definitely shine in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. If there is a chance, let's have another match. Lu Hong was still somewhat unconvinced. In the end, she was still dragged away by her younger brother, Lu Qing. Good news, the news of today's match spread very quickly. "I heard that a mage who knows elf magic has appeared in the Yellow Wings competition zone. The tickets for tomorrow's match have already been sold out." The result of today's match caused Chu Yu's trust towards Flame Emperor to deepen by another level. The strength of these 2 female mages is not bad. Furthermore, they have a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Those who offend them, if not dead, will be injured. However, if they have no enmity with them, they will definitely not kill the innocent. This kind of temperament is exactly what Chu Yu needs. After the first pair battle, Flame Emperor's reputation can be considered to have started. The temptation of an elf mage is still very big. Some mages even came to watch with the attitude of a pilgrimage. They also want to take the opportunity to learn elf magic. Chu Yu also did as she said and arranged several matches for Flame Emperor, while it was still hot. Flame and a Flame Emperor cooperated more and more in sync. The reputation of the 9th competition zone also resounded a lot. After hearing this news, Kong Fei of the 1st competition zone gnashed his teeth in hatred. He didn't show it on the surface, but secretly started to scheme. On this day, the 2nd young master coincidentally came to the arena. The 2nd son of the Skywing City Lord, Skywing Dong. He and his older brother, Skywing Tuo, are half-brothers. However, in terms of appearance, he is completely different from Skywing Tuo. He has the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He is already over 2 meters tall. Standing in front of him, Kong Fei really looks very delicate. She didn't know how he could endure serving this 2nd young master. Skywing Dong is slightly stronger than his older brother, Skywing Tuo. He is a peak martial saint. 2nd young master, you should also take care of Chu Yu. She is becoming more and more impudent recently. She is actually openly snatching the resources of my contestants. Kong Fei massaged the legs of the 2nd young master, Skywing Dong. His face was very obedient, but his eyes flashed with a trace of scheming. On the 1st to the 3rd, Big Fuzi will be going on a long trip in the dark. The updates will not be stable. I will send as many as I can. Also, in the new month, I will collect monthly votes to clear my throat. 50 votes, plus 2,000 words. Chapter 621. Tianyi Dong liked men like this. Oh, what's wrong with Chu Yu? The profits in the 9th division are much worse than your 1st division. Chu Yu had been assigned to the Skywings arena for more than a year. Considering that she was Steward Chu's daughter and had an ambiguous relationship with her brother, Tianyi Dong deliberately suppressed her and placed her in the 9th division of the Yellow Wings division. That division could be considered the most unpopular division in the entire Skywings arena. Could it be that in that kind of competition zone, Chu Yu could still make a splash? That little slut snatched away a group of popular contestants that I took a fancy to. These days, the spectators in the 9th division have increased a lot. Kong Fei had the look of a little girl with hidden bitterness. He knew that Tianyi Dong liked this look of his the most. Popular contestants in the Sun division. What kind of strength could actually attract your attention? Sure enough, Tianyi Dong took the bait and comforted him. Their strength isn't that great. It's just 2 female magicians who don't have eyes. Half a month ago, one of them was a master magician and the other was a saint magician. Kong Fei recalled the 2 women's rejection and inwardly gnashed his teeth. There's nothing remarkable about such cultivation. There are plenty of them in the Yellow Wings division. Besides, the Hidden Night Pavilion didn't participate in such people. Tianyi Dong was very disdainful when he heard of the other party's strength. Tianyi Dong himself was a competition maniac. Even after becoming the chief of the Skywings arena, he still participated in the Skywings level competitions. Tianyi Dong also had a general idea of the situation in the Hidden Night Pavilion Skywings arena. In his view, what kind of climate could a group of doctors and magicians who showed off pills and potions accomplish? In addition, there was Kong Fei's pillow talk, so Tianyi Dong had never interfered with the Hidden Night Pavilion. But he was very clear about the Hidden Night Pavilion style of conduct. If the new contestants had some potential, the Hidden Night Pavilion would probably have already snatched them up when they entered the contestants' resting area. Those 2 female magicians aren't easy to deal with either. Yellow Knight Emissary wanted to recruit them earlier, but who would have thought that he would suffer a big loss? Even a few fierce characters in the arena were crippled by them. Last time, they ruthlessly rejected their invitation. I don't care anymore. Dong Dong, you have to avenge me. Kong Fei was jealous. Are you sure? 2 magicians below the sky rank defeated Yellow Knight Emissary's men. When did the Hidden Night Pavilion become so weak? Tianyi Dong's heart ached for his little lover, but he didn't completely believe Kong Fei's words. After all, he was the head of the Sky Wings Arena in name, but he still had to do things according to his father's wishes. In terms of cultivation, it's nothing, but there's also an elven magician. And in the last competition, that woman even used elven purification magic, Kong Fei said enviously. Everyone knew that it was very difficult for outsiders to learn elven magic. That female mage named Yen was also a master magician. Who knew what kind of fortuitous encounter she had that allowed her to learn high-level elven purification magic? Once the news spread, many people bought tickets to the 9th zone just to see elven magic once. There were also some mages who went to watch the competition just to see elven magic. Right now, the number of tickets in the 9th competition zone was almost the same as the number of tickets in the 1st competition zone. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in the many years since the establishment of the Yellow Wings competition zone. All of this was because of the appearance of Yen and Emperor. That's a bit interesting. What, are you afraid that the 9th competition zone will overtake you? Tianyi Dong had already decided on a candidate to let Kong Fei be the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone. It was only because the other higher-ups of the arena objected, especially because they were afraid that their father would find out later and blame them, that they had no choice but to say that the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone would be determined based on the ticket revenue of the major competition zones. They had originally thought that the first competition zone would be given to Kong Fei, and it was already a done deal. Who knew that in the end, there would be a Yen Emperor team? That's right. If this goes on for half a year, the 9th competition zone might really surpass the 1st competition zone. At that time, that slut Chu Yu will climb over my head. You'll definitely be mocked by the eldest young master. Kong Fei knew that Tianyi Dong was most wary of his elder brother. So even though he knew that Chu Yu and the eldest young master had no relationship at all, Kong Fei still desperately pasted vinegar behind their backs. Second young master, I've recently heard people say that Chu Yu often goes to the treasure boat. Sure enough, she's a spy sent by the eldest young master. Seeing that he couldn't immediately convince Tianyi Dong, Kong Fei simply shifted the topic to the relationship between Chu Yu and the eldest young master, Tianyi Tuo. Tianyi Tuo was a dissolute hedonist, and he had hooked up with all the women in Tianyi City who were slightly prettier. Tianyi Dong had also heard of the somewhat ambiguous matter between Chu Yu and his elder brother, but he hadn't taken it to heart. After all, Chu Yu's personal ability wasn't bad. Think about it. The eldest young master has already obtained the treasure boat with the most profit. If that slut Chu Yu occupies the position of the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone, then doesn't that mean that the eldest young master will climb over your head? Kong Fei's words made Tianyi Dong waver. You're right. I almost fell for that adulterous couple's scheme. Don't worry. The person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone is still you. I'll order people to hold the next few monthly competitions in the 1st competition zone. Tianyi Dong's words instantly made Kong Fei happy. The monthly competition was second only to the annual competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Generally speaking, the number of people who came to watch the monthly competition was tens of times greater than the individual and duo competitions. Moreover, the price of the tickets was double. That was truly a lucrative job. Therefore, when the news spread, apart from the 1st competition zone, the referees of the other competition zones all voiced their complaints. Needless to say, everyone knew what methods Kong Fei had used to obtain this priority. Although Chu Yu was also somewhat dissatisfied with this, she didn't care too much about it. The Flame Emperor duo's performance in the next few matches was surprisingly smooth. Almost at the same time, there was another battle team that performed very well, but Chu Yu also noticed that it was a battle team called Double Dragon, with a female magician and a male warrior as its members. The two battle teams also had an imposing momentum, sweeping through the 9th competition zone and leveling several teams with astonishing strength. The competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone also became lively because of the sudden appearance of these two new battle teams. The Flame Emperor's winning streak continued. Yunsheng was a rather persistent person. This was a good habit she had developed since she studied medicine at a young age. Since she had decided to eliminate Lu Qingqing, she would do whatever it took. Who knew if it was the Flame Emperor's good luck or the strength of the contestants in the Yellow Wings competition zone, but it really wasn't much. In the remaining competitions, the Flame Emperor proceeded very smoothly. Chapter 622. The name Flame Emperor became more and more famous in the competition zone. There were even some people who came to watch the competition because they wanted to see the team composition of a Flame Emperor. This also brought a lot of income to the competition zone number 9. At the end of the month, Flame Emperor went to the competition zone number 9 where Chu Yu was. Liquidation during this month, the competition zone number 9 that Chu Yu was in also had a good harvest. Therefore, Chu Yu's mood was also very good. Your individual competition results have already been tabulated. Chu Yu tabulated the results of the competition. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling's individual results were as follows. Flame participated in 15 individual competitions, won 8 matches, lost 7 matches, won 7 matches in a row. Emperor participated in 14 individual competitions, won 6 matches, lost 8 matches, won 4 matches in a row. Flame Emperor team participated in 31 duo competitions, won 31 matches, won 31 matches in a row. Converted to individual winning streaks, Flame's winning streak was 22 matches. 5 matches, Emperor's winning streak was 19 matches. 5 matches. This is your individual and team bonus, a total of 55,000 gold coins. It has already been deposited into this anonymous Sky Wings gold card. You can collect the gold coins from any bank in Sky Wings City that has Sky Wings written on it. Chu Yu handed the bonus to Yunsheng and Dong Huangling. At the same time, I also wish to congratulate you and the other team, Twin Dragons, for successfully entering next month's monthly competition. After accumulating the results for a month, Chu Yu was pleasantly surprised to find out that Flame Emperor had already successfully obtained 30 matches in a row. Before the monthly competition, there is still a period of time for you to rest and reorganize. I suggest that you all should rest and not participate in the competition during this period of time. As for the specific competition venue and time, I will inform you later. Chu Yu had personally witnessed the hard work of Yunsheng and Dong Huangling. Flame Emperor's fighting style was very special. One person to support and one person to attack. In the entire competition zone, there was no other team like this. As for the other contestants in the duo competition, most of them were proficient in both offense and defense. Only Flame Emperor was the most special. Almost all of the offensive magic with astonishing attack power were completed by Dong Huangling. Because of this, the audience and even Chu Yu had an impression that Flame was only a support magician in the Flame Emperor team, while Emperor was the main force. Most of the time, Flame needed the protection of the Emperor. This was exactly what Yunsheng wanted to achieve. After more than 20 days, most of the people, including Chu Yu, had almost forgotten the astonishing instant kill ability that Yen had displayed in the first match. The current Flame had been completely overshadowed by her identity as an elven mage. Alright, I'll rest for a few days. Before the full moon competition, my magic power recovered very quickly. I discovered that after tempering myself in the arena for this period of time, my magic power has increased by quite a bit. Dong Huanglinger believed that even if she were to encounter Lu Qingqing again, she wouldn't be in such a miserable state like the last time. Dong Huang Linger felt that her magic cultivation had already broken through from primary Saint Magician to intermediate Saint Magician. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to improve one's magic. You can use this time to go to the city and buy some necessary medicine and equipment, Chiyu suggested. Flame and Emperor had been continuously participating in the individual and duo competitions. Furthermore, the two of them won more than they lost. Especially in the duo competitions, they practically won all of their matches. Therefore, the amount of prize money that they received was a lot more than the other newcomers. With this amount of money, Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger's food expenses for the next month were settled. They would also be able to keep an additional bonus of close to 40,000 gold coins. After the two of them left, Chuyu impatiently took out the account book and looked at the situation of this month's competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Among the 6 groups of contestants that entered the full moon competition zone, 2 of them came from the 9th competition zone. Because of this, Chuyu, the judge of the 9th competition zone, gained quite a bit of face. Other than Yunxing, there was also a group called Twin Dragons that stood out. This group entered the Yellow Wings competition zone around the same time as Flame Emperor. However, different from the Flame Emperor, Twin Dragons didn't participate in the individual competition. Therefore, in terms of the results of the duo competition, they were slightly better than Flame Emperor. They had already won 35 matches. It was also because of these two groups that the income of the 9th competition zone this month increased by quite a bit. Even the attendance rate had increased by quite a bit. Especially in the previous 2 matches, Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons, the attendance rate had actually reached over 10%. There was even a situation where a portion of the audience couldn't enter because the seats were full. This was the first time in the history of the 9th competition zone. It's a pity that the right to hold the full moon competition has been snatched away by the first competition zone. It must be Kong Fei's doing behind the scenes again. Chu Yu was delighted, but also somewhat depressed. She had also learned of this news when she was looking at the account book just now. The income of the 9th competition zone had increased greatly. Kong Fei must have also noticed it. There were 6 groups in the full moon competition, and they needed to compete for a total of 3 days. The tickets for these 3 days full moon competition would definitely be very popular. Shortly after, Chuyu had another idea. As long as Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons are there, the 9th competition zone's following matches will be even more popular. Looks like I have to make a trip to the treasure boat. Chuyu thought for a bit, then took the 9th competition zone's account book and left the Skywings arena. When Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger left the Skywings arena, it was still early. Since the two had decided to rest, there wouldn't be any matches scheduled for the next 5 days, all the way until the full moon competition officially began. After Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger walked out of the competition zone, they took off their masks. The two chatted and laughed, looking forward to the full moon competition. Phew, these tens of thousands of gold coins are the most difficult money this lady has ever earned in her life. I want to use this money to eat a big meal. Let's call senior apprentice brother Abandoned and Gu Feng and have a meal at the sea. Dong Huang Linger stroked the thin card. This month had really been stifling for her. She was the princess of the eastern capital. Although she had been living like a caged bird, her basic necessities were definitely not small. This was the first time she had been earning money like this. However, this kind of money made Dong Huang Linger even more delighted. Gu Feng and Abandoned weren't as lucky as Yunxing. The competition in the Earth Wings competition zone was a lot more intense. The two of them had already started their double match, so they were nowhere to be seen from morning till night. Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger decided to hold their celebration at night. The treasure boat is right in front. Why don't we go in and take a look? After Dong Huang Linger came to Skywing City, she had been immersed in the competition all day long. These few days of rest had allowed her to catch her breath. There were many novel things in Skywing City, but the medicinal herbs that Yunxing wanted to buy were still not available. It seemed that the Hidden Night Pavilion's control was much stricter than Yunxing had imagined. Just as Yunxing was feeling depressed, an imposing loft-like building appeared in front of them. Chapter 623. Donghuang Linger's eyes lit up, and she suggested going in to take a look. Before entering Skywing City, Donghuang Linger had asked the inn's waiter in private. The treasure boat specialized in selling all kinds of elixirs, weapons, magic potions, and artifacts. As long as you have money, you can buy any treasure on the treasure boat, the waiter replied when Donghuang Linger asked. Every inch of land in Skywing City was worth gold, but this building took up 5 to 6 acres of land. When they got close, they saw the words, treasure boat, hanging on the loft. The words were majestic and flamboyant, like an angry dragon that would break out of the signboard at any time. In front of the building, there was a row of towering ancient trees. The courtyard was deep, and 2 majestic white jade lions were sitting there. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger had already heard of the name of the treasure boat when they first entered the Skywing City. The treasure boat was the only super existence in Skywing City that could be on par with the Skywings Arena. One of the reasons for its rise was actually closely related to the Skywings Arena. Those experts who rushed into Skywing City and tried to get rich overnight would go to the treasure boat to sell their belongings when they failed in the arena or the casino and went bankrupt. The experts who could come to Skywing City were all magicians, warriors, and even summoners who had been in the continent for many years. These people all had a few artifacts, magic scrolls, or precious materials that could save their lives. Buying at a low price and selling at a high price. The treasure boat was a business that made huge profits with little capital. Another characteristic of the treasure boat was that whether it was pawned or sold, they never asked about the origin of the goods. Therefore, some illegal goods that couldn't be sold on the continent, whether it was elixirs, artifacts, or even some rare baby magical beasts, could be pawned and sold by the treasure boat. Some declined experts could only pawn their goods here. As time passed, the wealth and treasures accumulated in the treasure boat were innumerable. There was a saying in the boundless continent that if one wanted to buy ordinary large goods, the everlasting Chamber of Commerce would be the first choice. But if one wanted to buy small items or rare treasures, the treasure boat would be the best choice. Yunxing and Donghuang Ling had long wanted to take a look at the treasure boat. Unfortunately, their storage rings were confiscated by Elder Hellion. Due to their lack of money, the two of them didn't have the chance to take a look at the treasure boat. Now that they had some extra money in their pockets, they wanted to take a look at the treasure boat. Just as the two of them approached, the 2 white lions that were originally sitting on the ground suddenly jumped up and let out a series of angry roars. The sound was deafening, and the people on the street were shocked. Donghuang Linger was shocked. Only now did she notice that she was stepping on the tails of the 2 white lions. She originally thought that the 2 white lions were jade sculptures. After all, these 2 white lions did not have a single strand of mixed fur on their bodies, and they looked exactly the same. They looked like twins. Yunxing also took a closer look. The 2 white lions were actually magical beasts at the peak of the 8th rank. Just these 2 white lions were priceless. The treasure boat was indeed worthy of its reputation. Hearing the movements of the white lions, a few shop assistants ran out of the House of Treasures. Quickly get a summoner here. The shop assistants had a headache. Without thinking, they knew that someone must have stepped on the 2 jade lions at the door again. Speaking of this, it was all eldest young master's fault. For no reason, he insisted on finding 2 magical beasts. He said that the treasure boat was a big business, and only 2 peak of the 8th rank magical beasts would be impressive enough. Yet, these two white lions had unpredictable temperaments and looked exactly the same as stone sculptures. Many passers-by would accidentally step on the white lions. Previously, there was a family of tourists from another city. One of the children sat on a white lion while playing around and was almost eaten. Ever since then, the treasure boat even specially found a summoner to serve them, spending a lot of money for nothing. But once the summoner went out, the shop assistants were all dumbfounded. The two white lions that were originally irritable and restless actually obediently lay on the ground. Beside the white lions stood two pretty female magicians. One of them was using her hand to touch the white lion's mane. Those two big fellows were very docile, and they even used their tongues to lick the female magician's hand from time to time. "You two are." The shop assistants on the treasure boat were very surprised. Looking at that lady, she was clearly not a summoner. No matter how they looked at her, she didn't look like a summoner. Dong Linger blinked her eyes. This is really strange. How did these two white lions suddenly become big white cats? Just now, those two big fellows were still very irritable. Who knew that after Yunxing went forward to touch them a few times, they would lay down on the ground? It was as if Yunxing's hand had some special magical power. Yunxing didn't explain much. Ever since she returned from the immortal Ju nation, she also felt that her summoner cultivation had broken through quite a bit. Even without the beast language ring, it was still the same. This was especially obvious when she came into contact with some high-level magical beasts that could understand human language. Yunxing understood that this might be related to a portion of the 8 Desolation magical beast bloodline in her body slowly awakening. When she was in the immortal Ju nation, Hui Yaoyao's arrow had opened the Elf Queen seal. After the seal was opened, she felt that the Bakra orc's blood in her body seemed to be gradually awakening. "I'm sorry. Just now, my friend accidentally stepped on the white jade lion's tail." After comforting the white lion, Yunxing smiled apologetically. "Actually, you can add a magical space near the white lion. This way, the white lion and the passers-by will be more at ease." Yunxing also felt that if two wild and untamed magical beasts were placed on the streets, it would be too ostentatious and threatening. Luckily, she was present today. If it were someone else, the stone lion whose tail was stepped on would probably go into a rage and eat that person. Yunxing's smile was very dazzling. The shop assistants on the treasure boat, who had seen countless people, only felt that words were spoken in front of them. They stuttered, "Thank you for your reminder. Respected Lord Magicians, are you here to buy or sell things?" Those who came to the treasure boat were none other than these two types of people. "What's inside the treasure boat?" Yunxing and Dong Linger walked into the treasure boat. After walking into the treasure boat, Yunxing discovered that there was another world inside the treasure boat. The whole treasure boat was divided into several sections, just like a palace. Each section was connected by a corridor, leading to different pavilions. Different pavilions had different shop assistants to receive them. These shop assistants weren't ordinary people either. They were all magicians and warriors with extraordinary skills. Yunxing even saw a few summoners. At the entrance, there was a map, which clearly stated the layout of the treasure boat. When Yunxing saw the map, she vaguely felt that the layout of this treasure boat was somewhat similar to the Heaven's Wings arena. It looked as if they were the work of the same person. It seemed that the treasure boat and the Heaven's Wings arena were indeed inextricably linked. According to the map, the treasure boat had a magic tool building, a scroll building, a medicine building, and a magical beast building. Magical beasts are also sold here? Yunxing asked when she saw the magical beast building. Chapter 624. Yes, the treasure boat also sells baby demonic beast eggs, and demonic beast soul stones. However, demonic beasts that are rank 6 and above are only sold to summoners. That shop assistant replied respectfully. In the continent, there were also some people who would buy demonic beasts as their pets. However, according to the rules of the Zao state, high-rank demonic beasts were only allowed to be sold to summoners of the corresponding rank. After hearing what the shop assistant said, Yun Sheng was a little disappointed. It wasn't good for her identity to be exposed. It seemed that she couldn't go to this demonic beast building. Yun Sheng's magic scepter was filled with top-grade soul stones. She wouldn't be interested in ordinary soul stones. As for the others, she wasn't interested in them either. Then, does the medicine building sell basic herbs? The other reason why Yun Sheng came to the treasure boat was to see if she could use the treasure boat to bypass the hidden night pavilion and buy some herbs to concoct medicine. The medicine building only sells high rank and above elixirs and magic potions. If you want to buy low rank and mid rank elixirs and magic potions, I suggest you buy them from the hidden night pavilion. The shop assistant replied regretfully. The two asked again. The magic scroll building was the same. It only sold high rank and above magic scrolls. As for high rank and above magic scrolls, the price was sky high. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling's little bit of wealth was simply not enough. Perhaps seeing Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling's predicament, that shop assistant reminded them very considerately, the two of you can go to the magic tools building to take a look. There are many types of magic tools on the treasure boat, ranging from low rank to mid rank and above. Yun Sheng, let's go to the magic tools building to take a look then. Since Dong Huangling came to the treasure boat, she wasn't willing to return disappointed. Thus, under the guidance of a shop assistant, the two of them walked towards the magic tools building. Not long after Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling entered the treasure boat, Chu Yu came to the treasure boat with the account book. There were a few shop assistants who were setting up a magic array for the two white jade lions. Big sister Chu Yu, you're here. When those shop assistants saw Chu Yu, they hurriedly went forward and greeted her. Looking at the situation, Chu Yu seemed to be very familiar with the people on the treasure boat. What's wrong? What kind of joke is eldest young master trying to make now? Chu Yu saw this scene and frowned. That's right. We scared another batch of customers this morning. Fortunately, a kind-hearted customer reminded us to set up a magic array beside the white lion. The workers were so busy that their foreheads were covered in sweat as they explained. Eldest young master isn't here, right? Chu Yu looked around and didn't see eldest young master's carriage. No, eldest young master hasn't been here for a few days. Steward Chu is currently on the 3rd floor of the magic tool pavilion. If you have any business with him, you can go in directly. Chu Yu heaved a sigh of relief and walked straight in. After Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling entered the magical artifact pavilion, they were attracted by all kinds of magical artifacts. The magical artifacts on the treasure boats came from all over the continent. Even some of the elementary magic tools had unique designs. However, the price of some Dharma artifacts was not low, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling looked around for a long time, but they still couldn't find a suitable magic artifact. Just when Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling were about to give up, Yun Sheng noticed a special stone. It was a strange metal fragment. When Yun Sheng saw the metal fragment, her heart slightly trembled, and an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Worker, what kind of treasure is this fragment? Yun Sheng believed that anything placed in the treasure boat would definitely not be an ordinary item. Is this fragment the thing that you are interested in? This fragment, I'm really sorry. Actually, I also don't know what this fragment is. It's just that the city lord ordered me to sell it publicly. The worker on the treasure boat was a bit embarrassed. He had stayed in the treasure boat for many years, and he was quite familiar with all kinds of treasures. However, this fragment that was made of unknown material and origin, he couldn't tell what it was. As for why the city lord placed this fragment here, he also didn't dare to ask. He could tell that the two young ladies in front of him had exquisite appearances and extraordinary temperaments. They definitely didn't come from an ordinary family. However, he didn't expect that the two young ladies would be interested in this fragment. Amen. Little Yun Yun, this thing gives me a very familiar feeling. From the Shinong medical bracelet, the voice of the little water fairy queen floated over. Is it related to the 8 desolate divine artifact? Yunxing remained calm and collected as she quietly communicated with the little water fairy queen. The feeling that Yunxing had when she saw this fragment was very similar to the feeling that she had when she saw the other 2 8 desolate divine artifacts. I don't dare to be certain. However, even if it isn't the 8 desolate divine artifact, it is definitely an important clue to finding the 8 desolate divine artifact. Its aura is the same as the immortal Holy Grail. The little water fairy queen wasn't very certain. No matter if it was the 8 desolate divine artifact or not, or the clue to finding the 8 desolate divine artifact, she was determined to get this fragment. How much is this fragment? Yunxing took a glance at the fragment. She was determined to get this fragment. This. Customer, this fragment is worth 5 million gold coins. The worker didn't expect that Yunxing would actually want to buy this fragment. In fact, many of the customers that came to the treasure boat were interested in this fragment of unknown origin. However, when they heard the price that the shopkeeper quoted, their first reaction was that it was a scam. A fragment that was nothing actually cost 5 million gold coins. Hence, this fragment had been placed in an eye-catching position on the treasure boat for so long without being sold. The worker also didn't expect to sell it. He originally thought that Yunxing would turn around and leave after hearing the price. Who knew that Yunxing would stare at that fragment? If this fragment was really related to the 8 desolate divine artifact, it would be worth it even if it was priced at 5 million gold coins. Furthermore, it wasn't that Yunxing couldn't afford 5 million gold coins. It was just a pity that her beast speech ring had been taken away. As long as she could redeem her beast speech ring, she would be able to buy this fragment. Yunxing already had the 8 desolate divine artifacts, the summoning demon's hand and the immortal Holy Grail. Any one of these 2 artifacts had a terrifying power that could shock the entire mainland. Although she didn't know the specific use of this fragment, Yunxing still didn't want to let go of any clues that could lead to finding a new 8 desolate divine artifact. I want this fragment, Yunxing said with certainty. You want it? The worker's face was filled with disbelief. A blush appeared on Yunxing's jade-like face. However, due to certain reasons, I am unable to buy it directly at the moment. Please give me 3 months. Within 3 months, I will definitely come and buy this fragment. However, during this period of time, I hope that the treasure boat will not sell this fragment for the time being. The worker was in a difficult position. Being begged by such a beautiful fairy-like girl, even if he had a heart of stone, he wouldn't be able to harden his heart in such a short time. But this customer, the treasure boat doesn't accept any credit. If you want to keep the item, you must pay at least a 10% deposit. The price of 5 million gold coins was 500,000 gold coins. At present, Yunxing only had a little over 50,000 gold coins in total. She had to deduct 10,000 gold coins for living expenses. Chapter 625. Just when both parties were discussing, Chuyu just happened to walk in from outside. Originally, Chuyu didn't pay attention to them. Just when she was about to walk past them, she just happened to hear Yunxing's voice. Hearing the voice, Chuyu felt that it was somewhat familiar. Thus, she took a look over. If she didn't hear wrongly, she really wanted to hear Yan's voice. However, shouldn't they be resting? Why did they come to the treasure boat? Hearing the voice, Chuyu walked over. She just happened to see Yunxing asking about the stone. What happened? Chuyu walked over. When she saw the appearance of the two, Chuyu was slightly startled. She didn't expect that the two female contestants who had such outstanding performances in the competition were actually two great beauties. Furthermore, with the appearance of the two, even Chuyu couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. These two young ladies weren't very old, but their auras were extraordinary. If given enough time, they would definitely become outstanding beauties. It was very hard to imagine that there would be a man who wouldn't be moved after seeing such beauties. However, the appearance of the two was completely different from their performance in the competition. Chuyu recalled that in the competition a few days ago, Yen Emperor had set a lot of records. They were just like two malefic characters. Looking at the appearance of the two, it was no wonder that Yellow Knight Emissary had crooked thoughts about the two of them. Chuyu thought to herself. The two of you are Yen and Yin. Chuyu couldn't help but ask. When Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger heard her voice, they both turned around. When they saw Chuyu, the two of them felt somewhat awkward. Big sister Chuyu. Since they were recognized, Yunxing didn't have anything to hide. Thus, she took the initiative to walk over. Big sister Yu. These two female guests took a fancy to this stone and wanted to buy it. However, they didn't have enough money and wanted us to keep it for a few more months. You should also know the rules of the treasure boat. The shop assistant said honestly. These two are my friends. Give me some face and keep it for them. Chuyu took a glance at the stone. As she looked at it, she felt that it was strange. No matter how she looked at it, it was just a very ordinary stone. Big sister Yu, don't make things difficult for me. You know that this rule was set by the eldest young master. The shop assistant also had a troubled look on his face. If it were any other goods, it wouldn't be a problem. However, this stone, although it didn't have any grade, was worth 5 million. It was much more expensive than the things on the treasure boats. The shop assistant didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Seeing that the waiter didn't buy it and even used the first young master to pressure him, Chuyu's expression turned ugly. The scene suddenly froze. Why are you here? Coincidentally, at this moment, a beautiful woman walked down from upstairs. The beautiful woman was around 30 or 40 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, without a trace of age. She had maintained herself very well. Her figure and appearance exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Her silhouette was very similar to Chuyu's. It was obvious that the two of them were related by blood. Mother, these two are my friends. They took a fancy to that stone, but it's a little inconvenient for them. They wanted to buy it in 6 months, but this shop assistant used the first young master's orders as an excuse and refused to budge. Chuyu glanced at the shop assistant. Oh, you're called Lu Xiong, right? I remember that you accidentally broke a mid-level magic tool last month. I originally didn't intend to tell the first young master about this. Manager Chu's beautiful eyes focused and fell on the shop assistant. The first young master, Tian Itua, was domineering. If he encountered a shop assistant who committed a crime, he would scold and beat him or chase him out of the treasure boat. The treasure boat's income was very high. This shop assistant's family relied on him to support them. Hearing Manager Chu's words, the shop assistant's expression immediately changed. Manager Chu, please have mercy. I'm only a shop assistant. Everything will be decided by Manager Chu. When the shop assistant saw the beautiful woman, his tone immediately softened. We still need to talk about the stone in detail. You must be Yan He Huang. I've heard of you. Since you're one of us, let's talk inside. Manager Chu invited the two into the inner VIP room. After Chu Yu's introduction, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling knew that this beautiful woman in front of them was her mother. Manager Chu was also the head manager of the treasure boat. Her authority was second only to the owner of the treasure boat. Just now, when she heard the conversation between Chu Yu and the shop assistant, Yun Sheng vaguely guessed that the treasure boat might have something to do with the battle arena. Chu Yu also briefly introduced Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling to Manager Chu. Manager Chu took a few more glances and had a very deep impression of the two's outstanding appearances. Manager Chu's action obviously had the intention of soliciting. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling had already asked around. In Tianyi City, the treasure boat, Hidden Night Pavilion, and Tianyi Battle Arena were all big forces. However, these three forces didn't seem to have any interactions on the surface. It seemed that because the strength of the three was about the same, there was a tripartite balance of power. But looking at it today, the treasure boat and Tianyi Battle Arena were clearly connected. Since that was the case, how could they condone the Hidden Night Pavilion's evil deeds? Yun Sheng secretly speculated. Could it be that the treasure boat had some misgivings about the Hidden Night Pavilion, or that there were some twists and turns between the treasure boat and Tianyi Battle Arena? The VIP room was a place used to entertain the distinguished guests of the treasure boat. It was very secluded, and a maid served fragrant tea. "You're Yun Sheng, right? Can you tell me why you bought that stone of unknown origin?" Manager Chu was actually very curious as to why Yun Sheng wanted to buy that stone. Steward Chu also knew about that stone. Manager Chu had been on the treasure boat for more than 20 years and was very familiar with all kinds of artifacts. She could tell at a glance whether or not it was a treasure. But to be honest, she also didn't understand the specific value of that stone. The stone was brought back from an unknown battlefield by the Lord of Tianyi City. Manager Chu still remembered the situation very clearly. The Lord of Tianyi City was covered in injuries, and it looked like he had experienced a soul-stirring battle. The outside world had different opinions about the strength of the Lord of Tianyi City, but one thing was certain: his strength was definitely above that of a martial emperor. To be able to injure such a strong person, the other party's strength must be even more terrifying. At that time, the Lord of Tianyi City had only handed the stone to Manager Chu and instructed that it had to be priced at 5 million. As usual, Manager Chu appraised the stone. However, to the astonishment of everyone on the treasure boat, no matter how they tried to identify the stone, they were unable to determine what it was. It was neither a soul stone nor a material for refining artifacts. In the end, Manager Chu really had no choice but to call this stone Mystery Stone and place it in the most inconspicuous corner of the abandoned pavilion with a price of 5 million gold coins. It was up to him to sell it or not. In any case, Manager Chu didn't expect it to be sold. Thus, this fragment of unknown object was placed in the treasure boat for more than 10 years, and no one asked about it. Yun Sheng opened her mouth to buy it today, and it was a fixed price. Manager Chu found it very strange. Chapter 626. I think that fragment might be some kind of magical beast's soul stone. Yun Sheng had a 5-elemental magic soul, so she was much more sensitive to magic power than ordinary magicians. That fragment, which was no different from a stone, looked black on the outside, but Yun Sheng could feel that within its ugly appearance, there was a magic power that couldn't be underestimated. This magic power was different from that of ordinary high-level magical beasts' soul stones. It seemed to be much stronger than that. The Skywing City Lord might also know the magical use of this stone, but due to some reason, he couldn't use it, so he placed it in the treasure boat at a high price. Yun Sheng wanted to buy this fragment and analyze it carefully. If it was really a magical beast's soul stone, she planned to use this fragment as her 5th soul stone after breaking through to become a sky magician. During this period of time in the arena, Yunxing felt that her strength had improved a lot. Perhaps in less than half a year, she would be able to break through to become a sky magician. Magical Beast's Soul Stone. Chu Yu and Steward Chu didn't expect that this black stone was actually a soul stone. When Dong Wang Linger heard this, she kept winking at the side. She was anxious for Yunxing. If this was really a powerful soul stone, wouldn't the treasure boat raise the price after knowing about it? After all, 5 million gold coins was already a sky-high price. Steward Chu muttered to himself for a while, then said something that shocked Yunxing and Dong Wang Linger. I can help you keep that soul stone, but you have to unconditionally agree to a condition of mine. I haven't thought of this condition at the moment, but at any time in the future, as long as I need it, I can raise it. Steward Chu's words shocked Yunxing and Dong Wang Linger. Mother, what are you doing? Chu Yu frowned. She was a little dissatisfied with her mother's method of using that stone to threaten Yunxing. Ladies, you don't have to be too formal. Although I am blind, I can see that the two of you are definitely not ordinary people. My request may be a little unreasonable, but it is also because I have no other choice. I can see that you, is getting along very well with the two of you, so I won't hide it from you anymore. Manager Chu also saw the doubt in Yunxing's eyes, so he went straight to the point and told Yunxing and Dong Wang Linger about the predicament that Chu Yu and her mother were in. It turned out that the founder of the Skywings Arena and the treasure boat back then was none other than the Lord of Skywing City. But that was several decades ago. Now, the two young masters of Skywing City were in charge of the Skywings Arena and the treasure boat. Skywing City Lord had two wives. Both of them had passed away one after another, leaving behind the eldest son, Skywing Tuo, and the second son, Skywing Dong. After the two young masters came of age, in order to avoid disputes, the first young master Skywing was in charge of the treasure boat, while the second young master was in charge of the Skywing Arena. These two young masters had been at odds with each other since they were young. Both of them coveted the position of the City Lord of Skywing City. Their private struggles, both open and covert, were endless. The City Lord of Skywing City had once announced that the two young masters, whoever could manage their respective businesses better, would be able to inherit the position of the City Lord of Skywing City in the future. I am a trusted aide of the City Lord of Skywing City. I have served him since I was young, so I am very trusted. In fact, when the treasure boat was established, I was also the one who came forward to prepare it. Back then, the City Lord entrusted me to help the eldest young master manage the treasure boat, and then sent you, to the Skywings Arena. Such an arrangement was also to balance the power of the two young masters. When Manager Chu said this, Yunxing finally understood why the Skywings Arena and the treasure boat had never cooperated. The City Lord's intentions are good, but it's a pity that we, mother and daughter, are seen as thorns in the eyes of others. So, I hope that through this cooperation, we can leave a way out for you, Manager Chu sighed. In these few years, the old workers of the treasure boat had been either fired or replaced. Manager Chu could feel that the eldest young master was ostracizing her. Seeing that Chu Yu was also not having an easy time in the arena, Manager Chu had an idea. If the situation continued to deteriorate, the mother and daughter pair could only leave Skywing City. Although Manager Chu had only seen Yunxing and Dong Wang Linger once, she could tell that these two women were definitely from aristocratic families. If they could obtain the support of the aristocratic families in the continent, they would have one more person to rely on. She did not ask for anything else, only for Chu Yu to have a way out. Hearing this, Chu Yu's expression changed. Mother, I won't leave. It's just a Kong Fei. Your daughter has already thought of a way to deal with him. Chu Yu simply said her thoughts in front of the two. I want to raise a sum of money to expand the 9th competition zone. Chu Yu's purpose in coming to the treasure boat today was to raise money. Although Manager Chu had talked about the situation in Skywing City, her words were still somewhat ambiguous. Yunxing thought for a moment and found many suspicious points. Both Manager Chu and her daughter held high positions in the two most important places in Skywing City. Chu Yu also seemed to be very familiar with the affairs of the treasure boat. Why didn't she simply stay on the treasure boat to help out, instead of being bullied by Kong Fei in the Skywings arena? Yunxing did not ask about these questions. After all, she and the Chu mother and daughter pair had only known each other for a short while, and there was still a process of mutual trust. If not for the fact that she had no other choice, Chu Yu would not have thought of coming to the House of Treasures. Because the right to host the monthly tournament had been taken over by the first competition zone, Chu Yu had no choice but to change her initial strategy. If Chu Yu wanted to stand out from the 9 competition zones and win the first competition zone, the only way was to expand the venue to accommodate more spectators and obtain higher profits. But according to the rules of the Skywings Arena, every competition zone that wanted to be expanded or renovated had to be proposed at the beginning of the year, and then the allocation of funds would be determined according to the income. It was already the middle of the year, and the 9th competition zone's income had only just begun to pick up. Wanting to allocate funds for the arena was clearly not feasible. The only way was for Chu Yu to fork out the money herself, and then deduct a portion of the investment from her future income. Chu Yu was only a new referee, and the dividends she received from the 9th competition zone were very limited. Thus, she thought of getting an advance payment from Steward Chu. How much will it cost to expand the competition zone? Steward Chu asked. Steward Chu was also very clear about her daughter's predicament in the Skywings arena. But she was only a steward of the City Lord's residence, after all, and had no right to ask about the second young master's personal interests. Your daughter has calculated that it will cost about 1,600,000 gold coins. Chu Yu calculated an approximate figure. Skywing City was located 10,000 meters in the air, and its geographical environment was extremely unique. It was very difficult for ordinary flying beasts to set foot here, and they could only rely on high-performance airships and some high-tier flying magical beasts. Thus, the cost of transporting materials here was very high, and the cost of hiring craftsmen was also much higher than usual. If it were on the boundless continent, the same expansion would only cost a third of the price at most. When Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger heard this figure, they couldn't help but click their tongues. This was no small sum. Chapter 627. After hearing the number, Manager Chu also frowned. Mother, is there a problem? Chu Yu saw her mother's dilemma. To tell you the truth, Mother doesn't have that much money on hand. As for the money in the treasure boat, the eldest young master has set a rule that if you want to advance more than 100,000 gold coins, you have to go through him first. Manager Chu sighed. Ever since Chu Yu went to the Heaven's Wings arena, the eldest young master began to ostracize her. Manager Chu worked hard on the treasure boat without complaint, but the eldest young master was always on guard against her. Mother only has 600,000 gold coins on hand at most. As for the remaining 1 million gold coins, there is nothing I can do. Manager Chu felt bitter. She had worked hard for the City Lord's mansion all her life, but she ended up being ostracized by the mother and daughter. Chu Yu herself only had about 500,000 gold coins on hand. The remaining 600,000 gold coins couldn't be solved in a short time. When Chu Yu and Manager Chu were discussing this matter, they didn't avoid it. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger heard it clearly from the side. Then, is there any other way to raise money? Dong Huanglinger was also anxious from the side. She wished that she could suddenly conjure up 1 million gold coins to solve Chu Yu's urgent need. I'm afraid it won't work. The accounts of the treasure boat are all handled by the eldest young master and the eldest young mistress. I don't want any weakness of mother to fall into the hands of that couple. Chu sneered. Just as they were talking, they heard a series of questions from outside. Steward Chu walked out. After a series of hushed discussions, Steward Chu walked in. This time, there was a mantis blade in her hand. The blade had already been broken into two. Manager Chu was vexed because of Chu Yu's fundraising matter. After returning, she put the blade aside. When Chu Yu saw the blade, she asked with concern, "Mother, did something happen?" The people of the Tool Pavilion made a mess. When they were refining, they broke a high-grade mantis blade. Manager Chu rubbed her forehead, a trace of annoyance appearing on her face. What? The treasure boat is refining for people? Yun Sheng, who had been listening to Chu Yu and her mother's conversation, interjected. Chu Yu nodded. There's a weapon building on the treasure boat, and there's a weapon refinement grandmaster. In addition to refining all kinds of weapons and Dharma artifacts, they also provide refining services. On the continent, alchemists and armament masters were the same, both were highly respected existences. However, compared to alchemists, there were even fewer refiners. This was because refining a weapon or a magic tool required a lot more time and energy than refining an alchemist. Therefore, many magicians who were qualified to refine magic tools would choose to become alchemists. As for weapon refinement, it was also divided into two types. One was basic refinement, and the other was refinement. Primary refining was the most basic refining of all kinds of weapons. Refining was only for mid-level magic tools and weapons. After a warrior or magician's cultivation increased, they could increase the grade of their magic tools and weapons by adding materials, soul stones, and other methods. This was especially true for martial artists. Because they were used to using a weapon, they would use more refining methods to improve their weapon's attributes. However, the difficulty of refining was much more difficult than the initial forging. As long as the ratio of the materials was not right or the heat was not right, it was very likely that the initial forging would be destroyed. Therefore, there were very few weapon or magic tool stores that could provide refining services, and correspondingly, there were even fewer weapon refinement grandmasters. The treasure boat was the largest concentration of treasures in the city, and due to the needs of its daily work, it also employed many weapon refinement grandmasters to help some warriors and magicians improve their weapons and Dharma artifacts. These weapon refinement grandmasters would also refine old magic tools and weapons that had been pawned or mortgaged. For the treasure boat, this was not a small amount of income. Hearing Chu Yu's explanation, Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger also understood. This broken saber belonged to a warrior saint of the Sky Wings division of the Sky Wings Arena. In a few days, he would have an important competition, which would be the monthly competition in the Sky Wings division. Thus, he had sought out the treasure boat, not hesitating to use the high reward of 300,000 gold coins to have the treasure boat help him refine the purple gold. Purple gold refinement. Yun Sheng's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, and she could not help but glance at the magic scepter in her hand. Yes, it's the purple gold refinement that many weapon refinement grandmasters on the continent have a headache over. Steward Chu knew a lot more about purple gold refinement than Chu Yu, so she simply continued the conversation and explained it. Purple gold was an extremely rare metal on the continent, and just a bit of it was worth a lot. However, it also had a wide range of uses. Aside from being able to refine purple gold coins, it could also be used for refining. Whether it was Dharma artifacts or weapons, they could all be refined with purple gold. If a Dharma artifact was fused with purple gold, its magic sensitivity would be higher and it would also be tougher. As for weapons, once they were fused with purple gold, they could be said to be indestructible. Generally speaking, a mid-level Dharma artifact that was fused with a portion of purple gold would increase its grade by at least 1 grade. That warrior saint level contestant had also spent a lot of money for this monthly competition. He took out a piece of purple gold that was worth no less than 200,000 gold coins, and together with the cost of refining, he allowed the treasure boat to undergo this round of refinement. 500,000 gold coins per refinement. Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger both secretly swallowed their saliva. As expected of Skywing City, even cabbages could be sold for the price of abalone. In the entire continent, Yunsheng was probably the only one who would compare purple gold to cabbages. After all, her beast language ring contained a piece of nouveau riche gold that was made entirely out of pure purple gold. Yunsheng secretly thought that Night Fox had really cheated her earlier. Luckily, she had also used quite a bit of Night Fox's purple gold earlier, so she had barely recovered a bit of the cost price. If Steward Chu and the others knew what was going on in Yunxing's mind, they would probably vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. Now that the refinement of this saber has failed, won't the treasure boat have to pay 500,000 gold coins? Dong Huang Linger picked up the mantis saber. There was already a very obvious crack on the saber's body. With a crack, it was equivalent to the entire saber being destroyed. With Dong Huang Linger's eyesight, she could also tell that this saber was a high-grade weapon. If it were placed on the market, its price would not be less than 100,000 gold coins. However, the value of a saber, especially for the owner of the saber, could not be used to refine it. That warrior saint level had used this saber for no less than 20 years. Now that the saber was destroyed, he had to find a new weapon in a hurry, which would definitely affect the later part of the competition. This refinement could be considered a complete failure. It's not just 500,000 gold coins. I'm afraid that he might not even be willing to pay 1 million gold coins. The refinement has failed, the purple gold is gone, and the saber is also greatly damaged. However, the most important thing is that it can't be refined a second time. This saber is destroyed. Steward Chu shook his head. Chapter 628. If the other party found out, it would not be as simple as compensating them with money. Even if that warrior saint found a saber of similar quality, it would definitely affect his performance later on. At this moment, Chu Yu and her daughter were both upset and confused. If this saber can undergo a second refinement, but requires some purple gold, can the treasure boat provide it? Yunxing also stepped forward and touched the saber. Her finger lightly tapped on the saber, and the saber trembled slightly. Yunxing infused a portion of the jade marrow technique into the saber. After testing it, Yunxing was sure that the saber was not damaged, just damaged on the surface. As long as enough purple gold was used to repair the cracks on the saber, the grade of the saber would definitely rise to another level. Purple gold is not a difficult matter. The treasure boat still has some left, but, what did you say just now? Second refinement. Steward Chu subconsciously replied. When he heard Yunxing's words clearly, he could not help but be shocked. Impossible. Using purple gold for a second refinement is very difficult. In the entire continent, I'm afraid that only a few people can achieve this kind of refinement. Chu Yu listened with a face of disbelief. On the continent, the elves were of course the most skilled in refining weapons. The Immortal Keeper Kingdom's elven master refiners could perform a second refinement. However, the elves were very hostile to humans and would definitely not lend a helping hand. Aside from the elves, Steward Chu knew another person who might be able to perform a second refinement, Mo Gu. That old man Mo Gu might have a way, but he only works for the city lord, and the city lord is not in his residence right now. The Skywing City Lord and Mo Gu had some friendship. However, Master Mo Gu was stubborn. Aside from the people he had set his mind on, no one could move him. In addition, Skywing City was tens of thousands of miles away from Moge City. Even if they traveled day and night, they might not be able to make it to the monthly competition in the Sky Wings region. Actually, I have some friendship with Master Mo Gil. I learned how to refine weapons under him for half a year, and I also lived in the Immortal Keeper Kingdom for 3 years, so... Yunxing deliberately kept him in suspense. So you're saying that you can perform a second refinement? Steward Chu looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He did not care about losing his composure and grabbed Yunxing's hand. He looked at Yunxing's clothes and realized that Yunxing's mage robe was really a product of the elves. At first glance, it was a mage robe unique to the elven royal court. Elf mage's robe was something that was hard to find in the continent. Both Yunxing and Dong Huangling were wearing one each. From this, it could be seen that what Yunxing said was true. Steward Chu's expression was full of longing. The matter of the mantis saber really made Steward Chu anxious to death. Just when she was in despair, Yunxing said that she had a way. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was about to doze off. It was too timely. I can try. Thanks to Yi Baiming, Yunxing had refined quite a lot of purple gold equipment. Yunxing had tried refining magic scepters, weapons, and armors. In addition, compared to more than 3 years ago, her skills, eyesight, and trillium hand had improved greatly. She had full confidence that she could perform a second refinement. Steward Chu did not hesitate any longer. The time for the warrior sage to come and take the saber was getting closer and closer. Before the matter was exposed, he could only rely on Yunxing. Steward Chu immediately ordered someone to find purple gold and prepare a refining room. It was the largest refining room on the treasure boat. There were several magic arrays inside, and it was not inferior even when compared to the magic tower on the 6th floor of the Royal Magic Academy. As he did not know what other materials Yunxing needed for the second refinement, there were hundreds of refining materials inside. After everything was ready, Yunxing brought the cracked saber into the refining room. Ling, give me your magic scepter. Before entering the refining room, Yunxing winked at Dong Huangling, In order to make the second refinement more successful, Steward Chu had also spent a lot of money and prepared enough purple gold for Yunxing. Yunxing secretly handed the magic scepter to Dong Huangling, Only then did she remember that her friends in Group 13 and Ling Er's magic scepter could also be refined. Previously, she had been suffering from the lack of suitable refining materials. Now that she had a ready-made purple gold, of course, she would not waste it. After Yunxing entered the refining room, Steward Chu and Chu Yu were waiting outside anxiously. Can that child do it? She looks too young. After all, Steward Chu had only known Yunxing for less than an hour. Just now, she also had the mentality of giving medicine to a dead horse and giving the saber to her. However, after thinking about it, she felt a little apprehensive. If the second refinement failed and the saber was completely destroyed, what should she do? Mother, don't worry. Yunxing is a trustworthy person. She makes people feel at ease. Chu Yu was speechless for a moment. Simply using the word trust to describe Yunxing was not enough. Yunxing easily made people feel a sense of trust. With her around, everything would be successful. Chu Yu, Steward Chu, and Dong Huangling were all waiting in the refining room. After more than 2 hours, the door of the refining room opened. Yunxing walked out, slightly tired. How is it? Steward Chu took the lead and went forward. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Yunxing handed the saber to Steward Chu. When he saw the saber, Steward Chu couldn't help but feel a little worried. This saber, it still didn't work. This child actually only used the purple gold to repair it once. The second refinement was supposed to fuse the purple gold with the saber, but If he had known this would happen, he would have taken the risk and let the master refiners on the treasure boat do the second refinement. This. Steward Chu was almost speechless. The pattern on the broken saber was still there, and it was even more obvious than before. However, it had been refined a second time by Yunxing. The crack had been completely filled up by the melted purple gold liquid. There was an additional purple gold mark on the bronze saber, and it looked a little ugly. Dong Huangling and Chu Yu, who were watching from the side, more or less revealed a disappointed expression. As expected, refining weapons was an extremely difficult task. Yunxing had only stayed under Mo Gu for half a year, so it was impossible for her to learn such advanced refining skills. Steward Chu, you can pour in a part of your battle chi. This second refinement saber hasn't been sharpened yet. I don't know how to use battle chi, so I can only let you sharpen it. Yunxing stole a glance at everyone's reaction and said. When a warrior used a new weapon, they would indeed pour in a part of their battle chi, and it was called sharpening. Steward Chu responded casually and picked up the saber. Just as the saber was in his hand, Steward Chu's eyebrows twitched. Chapter 629. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was a real expert. This saber did not look much different from before, except that there was an additional purple gold crack. However, Manager Chu remembered that the original weight of this saber was at least 50 kilograms. For a warrior of her size, she would feel that it was a little heavy. But now, the weight of this saber in her hand had been reduced by at least half. There could only be one reason why the weight of the saber could be greatly reduced without changing its shape and size, and that was that a large amount of impurities in the saber had been refined clean. What kind of fire could remove all the impurities in the mantis saber, which was originally a high-grade weapon? Thinking of this, Manager Chu could not help but change her view of this saber. Manager Chu's heart stirred, and she poured a portion of the fighting energy in her body into the saber. As soon as the fighting energy entered, the saber that was originally silent. Buzz, suddenly, a loud sound was heard. In everyone's mind, a sea of clouds appeared. A soaring six-clawed flood dragon broke through the clouds and appeared out of thin air. The dragon's roar was deafening. Inside and outside the treasure boat, the customers who were buying items, the staff who were greeting the customers, and even the two high-level white jade lions who were originally restrained by the magic array outside the treasure boat could not help but be shocked by the dragon's roar. The two white jade lions were originally valiant and high-spirited, but now they were both crawling on the ground, not daring to move, as if they had seen an extremely powerful beast king. Manager Chu held the treasured saber in her hand, and the shock in her heart was even greater. She only felt that when the fighting energy entered the saber seemed to have come alive. From the saber's body, a vigorous fighting energy actually surged into it. Manager Chu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she looked at the saber again. She saw that the cracks on the saber that were originally filled with cracks, there was actually an additional 5-clawed flood dragon at the place where the purple gold cracks were filled. That flood dragon was vivid and lifelike, and one could not tell that it was an inanimate object at all. After it let out a dragon's roar, the saber's body shone with a purple light. Manager Chu's heart stirred, and her wrist trembled slightly. The fighting energy on the saber's body turned into a purple flash. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, like a meteor from outer space, that purple mountain was swung out. Boom, 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 with a loud rumbling sound, the crafting room was actually destroyed by this saber. Fortunately, Yunxing and the others were already prepared. Before the saber light flashed, they tactfully escaped. Too godly. Dong Huangling and Chu Yu's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Manager Chu's hand was also trembling slightly. She looked at the saber in her hand in amazement. Saint grade, this saber is already a saint grade weapon. Mother, are you sure? Is this saber a sacred weapon? But, isn't it only a matter of 4 hours for Yunqing to refine artifacts? Chu Yu found it hard to believe. How was this possible? Some blacksmiths might not even be able to refine a saint-grade saber in their entire lives. Yunsheng was secretly laughing at the side. She was the one who refined the weapon, so she naturally knew what grade it was. However, Chu Yu was wrong about the time it took to refine the saber. Yunsheng did go in for 2 hours, but the time she used to refine this saber was at most 1 hour. The remaining 1 hour was all used to refine Donghuang Ling, Er's magic scepter. Yes, it's really a sacred weapon. If I didn't guess wrongly, Master Yun, you also added a part of the Flood Dragon's blood into this saber. Manager Chu remembered that there was a bottle of Flood Dragon's blood in the crafting room. Yes, the Flood Dragon's blood is a very good purifying liquid. Because it was refined, I refined some of the excess impurities that were originally fused into the saber's body. Yunxing also gained a lot from this crafting session. Her ability to control fire had increased by another level. Manager Chu, what happened? With such a big commotion in the crafting room, quite a number of workers ran in from outside. It's nothing. Find someone to inform Feng Hong that his saber has already been refined. Manager Chu reluctantly put down the saber. The crack that looked very crude earlier had already completely disappeared, turning into a dragon pattern that occupied the saber's body. This made the saber look even more domineering. The result of Yunxing's crafting was 100 times better than what Manager Chu had imagined. She originally only hoped that this saber could be restored to its original state. She didn't expect that Yunxing would be able to make the saber's grade increase by another level. She was also a warrior. This saber, any warrior who saw it would definitely like it. If not for considering the reputation of the treasure boat, Manager Chu really wanted to keep this saber for her own use. Manager Chu secretly shook his head. I didn't expect that at this age I would still have such thoughts. I'm afraid that I'm going to be laughed at by others. Manager Chu was also a person who separated public and private matters clearly. After thanking Yunxing, she let Chu Yu take care of the two of them and ordered people to tidy up the crafting room. Then, she went to the front to greet the visiting martial saint. Big Sister Yu, this time, the treasure boat will be able to break even. It's all thanks to Yunxing. Donghuang Ling secretly took a glance at Yunxing. Her magic scepter was still with Yunxing. After seeing Yunxing's amazing crafting skills, Donghuang Ling was very curious. What would her magic scepter look like? Would a dragon or a phoenix fly out from it? However, with Chu Yu present, Yunxing didn't directly take out her magic scepter. Break even. Chu Yu couldn't help but find it funny. She thought to herself, these two girls are quite clever. Unfortunately, when it comes to business, they don't know anything. Chu Yu sighed, this time, the treasure boat is going to suffer a huge loss. How is that possible? Yunsheng was very surprised. For the sake of Chu Yu and her daughter, she had meticulously crafted that saber. That saber is now a saint-grade saber, and looking at its appearance, it's at least mid-level saint-grade. The saber has also fused with purple gold and flood dragon blood, two of the most difficult materials to refine. The price of this saber has now increased by at least 10 times. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's worth 5 million gold coins. Chu Yu could imagine how much her mother's heart ached at this moment. 500,000 gold coins to 5 million gold coins, this tenfold increase made Yunxing and Donghuang Ling dumbfounded. We took 500,000 gold coins and gave away 5 million gold coins. Don't you think it's a loss? Chu Yu smiled and pulled the two of them forward. Then, just don't sell it. Donghuang Ling was unhappy when she heard that. That won't do. This concerns the treasure boat's reputation. For merchants, reputation is much more important than gold coins. If the money is gone, just earn it back. Chu Yu comforted the two of them. Chu Yu brought Yunxing and Dong Huangling to a small sealed room. This was the treasure boat's secret room. Even Tianyi Dong didn't know of its existence. After Chu Yu arrived at the secret room, she quietly opened a small hole in the wall. Through this hole, she could unknowingly see the situation in the treasure boat's VIP room. Steward Chu was receiving the martial saint who had come to take the saber. She only heard a man's carefree laughter. "Steward Chu, thank you so much. This weapon is really a saint-grade weapon. I believe that with this saber, I will definitely be able to win." Chapter 630. From the voice, one could tell that it was the martial saint who had requested to refine the weapon. "Martial Saint Feng, there's no need to be so courteous. This is also an unexpected gain. The saber is still yours, as long as you remember the benefits of the treasure boat," Steward Chu replied smoothly. "Of course. If Steward Chu has any problems in the future, feel free to ask. If there's anything in the Skywings arena, I will do my best to help. As for the matter of going against the Hidden Night Pavilion that you mentioned earlier, I will definitely do my best." It turned out that Steward Chu was also very wary of the existence of the Hidden Night Pavilion. Chu Yu gave Yunxing and Dong Huangling a signal with her eyes, then closed the hole that was used to spy on them. "You heard that, right? From today onwards, this martial saint will definitely remember the benefits of the treasure boat. If he wants to refine weapons in the future, the treasure boat will be the first thing he thinks of. You must know that there are many martial saint experts around him." Chu Yu and Steward Chu were indeed mother and daughter. Their thoughts were exactly the same. Yunxing and Dong Huangling finally understood. From today's matter, Chu Yu and her daughter were definitely not simple people. On the surface, the two of them were just servants of the Skywing City Lord's residence, but the two of them were very scheming and shrewd. It was no wonder that Chu Yu had so much confidence and dared to go against the Hidden Night Pavilion and Kong Fei as a mere referee of a branch arena in the Yellow Wings competition zone. Before Feng Hong, there were probably many similar martial saints and even sky-rank magicians who had been roped in by Steward Chu and Chu Yu's outstanding social skills. Yunxing also understood that Chu Yu had brought her to the secret chamber today and witnessed everything with her own eyes. Aside from expressing her trust, Chu Yu was also trying to rope her in. "How's the wear and tear on your weapon? Do you need to adjust it? After all, the monthly competition is in a few days," Chu Yu asked softly. Her tone was full of concern. Part of Chu Yu's concern was because she was worried about the monthly competition, but there was also some genuine concern in her words. Yunxing smiled. "It's fine. I'll be able to recover tomorrow." Generally, refining consumed a lot of magic power, but refining consumed even more magic power. Fortunately, Yunxing had mastered celestial meditation, and the effect and duration of her meditation were several times longer than that of ordinary magicians. Therefore, for Yunxing, refining did not consume much energy. On the contrary, it was a very good method to increase her ability to control fire and magic. Chu Yu thought for a moment. "Yunxing, I have an idea. As long as you agree, perhaps you can buy that stone much earlier." "What method?" Yunxing was now very familiar with Chu Yu, so she didn't doubt her words too much. "That's refining. You can make money through refining." Chu Yu also thought of this after seeing Yunxing's superb refining skills. Yunxing was a doctor, but because of the Hidden Night Pavilion, she was temporarily unable to use her medical skills. However, refining tools was different. As long as the treasure boat existed, Yunxing would have a place to refine tools. Sister Yu, are you talking about refining tools like the mantis blade? I don't think this method will work. One mantis blade is fine, but if several appear, it won't make sense. Yunxing's attitude was still very cautious. The appearance of a sacred weapon was a very sensational thing on the continent. Yunxing was well aware of this, so she had informed Manager Chu just now and asked her to announce to the public that the saber was unintentionally refined by a master refiner on the treasure boat. Yunxing's cautious attitude made Chu Yu admire her very much. A genius was not terrible, but if it was a low-key genius, then it was different. What's more, Yunxing was only 13 years old. At this age where it was easiest to be arrogant, she could have a simple heart. This was what Chu Yu admired most about Yunxing. Chu Yu couldn't help but think of Yunxing's previous matches in the arena. Even in the two-person competition, Yunxing was the weaker one. She gave the outsiders the impression that she was a magician proficient in auxiliary magic. Could it be that this was also one of her disguises? Chu Yu was curious, but she didn't ask much. After all, that was Yunxing's style. Perhaps all the answers would be known in the monthly competition. You've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to refine another saint-tier weapon. Chu Yu told Yunxing what she was thinking. Chu Yu's idea was to let Yunxing help refurbish some of the weapons and magic tools on the treasure boat. Chu Yu also didn't want Yunxing's outstanding refining ability to be exposed. Today's second refining was only known to her mother and the three of them. But if a second sacred weapon was refined, it was hard to guarantee that no one else would find out. In fact, the forces on the treasure boat were intricate and complex. If the eldest young master knew of Yunxing's existence, with Yunxing's appearance and outstanding strength, who knew what kind of covetous eyes she would attract? Chu Yu didn't want Yunxing to follow in her footsteps. That was why she thought of refurbishing. Refurbishing is different from refining. It consumes less energy and won't let the outside world discover your existence. Also, it doesn't consume too much magic power. To you, it's a good thing with little capital. While Chu Yu and Yunxing were talking, Manager Chu had already returned. Great Master Yun, it's all thanks to you this time. Manager Chu's face was full of respect. The only person in the entire Skywing City who could make Manager Chu treat her differently was probably the Skywing City Lord. Manager Chu took out a gold card. This is 100,000 gold coins. It's the extra reward from Marshal Saint Feng just now. The treasure boat doesn't accept a single coin. I'll leave it all to you. Manager Chu knew very well that if it wasn't for Yunxing's appearance this time, the treasure boat's reputation would definitely be ruined. Yunxing thought for a moment and handed the gold card to Chu Yu. Elder Sister Yu, I'll leave this money to you. Use it to expand the 9th competition zone. Take it as my investment in the 9th competition zone. I also think that your suggestion just now is feasible. In the future, all the money I earn from the treasure boat will be handed over to you to manage. I don't have any business acumen. With the money in your hands, it will definitely be more useful. With Chu Yu and Manager Chu behind her, Yunxing believed that Chu Yu would rise up sooner or later. Dealing with a rising powerhouse, Yunxing would definitely make a profit. This. Chu Yu thought for a moment and accepted the gold card. I'll remember this money. I'll definitely give you a surprise. Yunxing didn't expect that this investment of hers would also lay the most solid foundation for her future cooperation with Skywing City. After Chu Yu accepted the gold card, she told Manager Chu about her suggestion. After Manager Chu heard it, he agreed with Chu Yu's opinion. He immediately brought Yunxing to the storage room of the treasure boat. Shouldn't the magic tools and weapons be kept in the treasure pavilion? Why would they be placed in a place like this? Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were brought to the backyard of the treasure boat. Chapter 631. The treasure boat looked luxurious and extravagant, but the backyard was no different from an ordinary small courtyard. Instead, it looked even more dilapidated. The so-called storage room was a bungalow that was similar to a woodshed. It was hard to imagine that in a place like the treasure boat where treasures were everywhere, there would be such a place. The treasure boat has many years of history. Just the treasure pavilion alone is divided into several rooms. According to the grade and appearance of the items collected, they are divided into elementary, intermediate, high, saint, and even divine grade items. However, there are some items that, due to improper storage, become dilapidated after a long time, and can no longer be sold on the stage. Manager Chu explained. She pushed open the door of one of the bungalows. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled a gust of stuffy air. This room had not been opened for a long time. Yunxing looked inside and saw that there were many shelves placed in a disorderly manner in the room. The items on each shelf were very different. Manager Chu brought Yunxing to one of the rooms. It was specially used to store all kinds of old magic tools, weapons, armors, and so on. Due to the limited number of blacksmiths in the treasure boat, some of the items that looked too dilapidated or too difficult to refine were discarded here. As time passed, the items piled up, and there was no one to deal with them. Every year, Manager Chu would have a headache about how to deal with these dilapidated weapons and magic tools. These are also considered treasures. The treasure boat can't be accepting all kinds of trash, right? Dong Huangling frowned. Chu Yu was also a bit embarrassed. Yunxing didn't say much. She walked forward and casually picked up a magic scepter. Just like last time, Yunxing channeled a portion of her jade marrow technique into the magic scepter. This magic scepter is already useless. There is not a bit of magic element in it, and it can't be repaired. Yunxing then picked up a necklace that was similar to a storage device. Amen. This necklace is still in good condition. Furthermore, there should be some things in it. If I find a master who can remove the demon seal, I can still get some unexpected wealth. Yunxing checked very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, she had already picked out more than a dozen items that were useless and could be repaired. This result made Manager Chu wild with joy. If it was said that Manager Chu still had some doubts about Yunxing's ability earlier, after experiencing the sacred weapon, Manager Chu no longer had any doubts. Dong Huanglinger, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on her face. She also touched those worn-out magical artifacts and muttered, "Why is it that everything looks the same to me?" Yunxing, just what kind of eyes do you have? Yunxing smiled but said nothing. Yunxing had obtained Steward Chu's permission to spend 2 hours every day to refurbish all kinds of magical tools and weapons on the treasure boat. In order to avoid being noticed, Steward Chu would put the refurbished magic tools and weapons in the storage ring and send them to Yunxing's inn. After the repairs were completed, Steward Chu would send his trusted aide to send it back. As for the reward for the refurbishment, it was calculated according to the value of the refurbished items. For every refurbishment, about 10% of the reward would be provided to Yunxing. Yunxing also accepted the reward. 10% of the reward wasn't much. These magical tools and weapons in front of her were mostly elementary and middle-grade magical tools and weapons. Yunxing estimated that 10% of the reward would at most be a matter of a few hundred gold coins. Fortunately, there were a lot of refurbished magic tools. Moreover, compared to the mantis blade, the difficulty of refurbishing magic tools was a lot easier. In the same 2 hours, the number of magical tools and weapons that Yunxing could refurbish could reach at least tens of them. In this way, she would be able to earn a few thousand gold coins in a day. This was a lot more profitable than the competition. However, Yunxing didn't plan to use this money. She handed it all to Chu Yu. With Steward Chu's intervention, the mystery stone with a suspicious origin was preserved. Steward Chu also extended the time limit. Within a year's time, as long as Yunxing was able to raise 5 million gold coins, she could come and buy this stone at any time. After this incident, the relationship between Chu Yu and Yunxing became even closer. When Yunxing and Dong Huangling returned to the inn, Qi and Gu Feng had also returned. The moment they entered, Yunxing heard Gu Feng's laughter. Ha 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 ha, Yunxing, Ling, you guys are finally back. Ever since Gu Feng came to the competition, he had been dispirited. After all, he was a light sorcerer. Other than healing, he didn't have any other special skills. Although Gu Feng was a saint sorcerer, all the magic that he knew, other than the profound magic that was used for defense, were all healing magic. Therefore, if he went to the Earth Wings competition zone, where there were as many saint sorcerers as dogs, there was simply no possibility of him winning. Yunxing and Dong Huangling thought so. The others, including Elder Hellion and the others, also thought so. Previously, when Yunxing encouraged Gu Feng, it was also to cheer him up. She didn't expect that this silly fellow would actually wholeheartedly participate in the competition. Yunxing and Dong Huangling didn't ask about Gu Feng's results. Could it be that you won? Dong Huangling saw Gu Feng's happy expression and asked indifferently. Hee, I didn't win. I won one round. This is the first time I tied. Gu Feng was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he was also a little proud. Tied. Could it be that you met a newly promoted saint sorcerer? Dong Huangling wasn't pouring cold water on Gu Feng, but Gu Feng's true offensive strength was at most similar to that of a magic shooter. Even Dong Huangling was definitely much more powerful than Gu Feng in terms of offensive magic. This time, Ling guessed wrong. The person who tied with Gu Feng was an old contestant with decent skills. His strength should be at the intermediate level of a saint sorcerer. Qi finished his competition early today, so he went to watch Gu Feng's competition. That old contestant was very strong, and he was also one of the favorites to win. When Gu Feng said that he was going to enter the arena, he was very nervous. As soon as he entered the arena, he activated the light sphere and defended himself the whole time. His opponent actually couldn't find a way to attack him at all. Just like that, this became the longest competition in the history of the Earth Wings competition zone. It lasted from the morning to the afternoon, and there were even a few two-person matches that were changed at the last minute. Could it be that in the end, the opponent? Yunxing roughly guessed the reason for the tie. The opponent's stamina was insufficient, and he couldn't break through Gu Feng's defense. In the end, the referee could only announce that this match was a tie. Qi's usually expressionless face couldn't help but reveal a smile, and he laughed softly. This kind of result made many spectators in the Earth Wings competition zone vomit blood. In the previous matches, Gu Feng was bound to lose every match. Therefore, the odds for his match this time were shockingly high, and many people bet heavily on that old contestant. Who knew that Gu Feng would win in such a strange way? That was why Gu Feng was so happy. Qi's eyebrows relaxed when he smiled, and his originally bamboo-like appearance revealed a different kind of charm. Chapter 632. It was rare for Yunxing and Dong Huangling to see abandon like this. They could not help but think to themselves that it was no wonder that Abandon was ranked third on the Primrose list. His looks could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Yunxing could not help but tease him. Abandon, you should smile more. You look much better when you smile. Abandon's long eyelashes fluttered slightly when he heard that, and he stole a glance at Yunxing. Yunxing could not help but chuckle when she heard the reason behind Gu Feng's draw. The two dimples by her lips were very vivid, just like two butterflies. If you like it when I smile, I'll smile more in the future, Abandon said softly in his heart. His gaze was so gentle that it could drip water. In fact, he had become much gentler than before after he met Yunxing. If it were in the past, he would never have imagined that he would be able to make friends with anyone and talk to them casually. Ling and Gu Feng saw Qi's change, but Yunxing was the only one who was fooling around with Qi, oblivious to the change. Yunxing is so slow-witted, Linger and Gu Feng lamented in their hearts. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Their hearts skipped a beat, and Linger immediately looked away. Gu Feng's eyes dimmed when he saw that. Abandon was not the only one who was slow-witted. When would she understand his feelings for Linger? So you're saying that you didn't use any other spells and only relied on the celestial sphere of light to achieve a draw? Yunxing suddenly thought of something after teasing Abandon. Gu Feng, you said that you didn't use any other spells and only used the celestial sphere of light as a defense. If I remember correctly, you could only last 15 minutes with the celestial sphere of light in the past. But now, you can last for a day. Yunxing noticed something unusual. The celestial sphere of light was an esoteric spell that Gu Feng had learned when he was a magic shooter. Since it was an esoteric spell, it consumed a lot of energy. After all, esoteric spells were even more important than advanced spells among mages. That was in the past. Now, the range and duration of the celestial sphere of light are increasing. Especially after listening to you and participating in the competition, I realized that I'm getting more familiar with the celestial sphere of light, and the energy consumption is decreasing. Gu Feng thought for a moment and lowered his voice. He said mysteriously, I feel like I'm about to break through. Cough. Donghuang Ling was currently drinking water. When she heard those words, she immediately spurted out the water that she was drinking. I thought you could only rely on healing to increase your cultivation. How can he break through just by taking a beating? Donghuang Ling felt that it was unfair. It was no wonder that Donghuang Linger felt that it was unfair. She had risked her life in the Yellow Wings competition zone and was almost crippled by Lu Qingqing, that 8-clawed woman. Yet, she had only improved a little. I don't know either. I just feel that the duration and range of my light celestial sphere have increased a lot recently. Especially for today's competition, if it wasn't because the judge couldn't hold himself back and declared that it was a draw, I could at least last another night. Gu Feng was very confident in his magic. Let's wait and see. If you make a breakthrough before Feng Tian and Yi Baiming, the continent's elite camp will vomit blood. Yunxing encouraged Gu Feng. To celebrate, let's go out and have a meal. I haven't eaten meat for a month. Donghuang Linger looked at Yunxing with a pitiful expression. Because the members of Group 13 were all prodigals who didn't know how to manage money, after entering the city, Yunxing was the one who had the final say on their food and clothing. Now that the monthly bonus was given, they could afford to have a luxurious meal. Let's go to the food pavilion. I heard that we can eat the meat of rank 8 demonic beasts there. Yunxing was very generous this time. Her friends cheered and went to the food pavilion. Did you guys get rich? Oh right, today is the day of the monthly bonus. Did you guys win a lot of money in the Yellow Wings competition zone? Gu Feng looked at the menu after arriving at the food pavilion. Because they weren't in the same competition zone and Yunxing and Donghuang Linger were mysterious, Gu Feng and Qi didn't know how they were doing in the competition zone. We didn't win in the competition zone. I found a part-time job to help Treasure Boat refurbish weapons and magic tools. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger blinked. The two of them tacitly didn't reveal their results. It would be more shocking if they announced that they were the Flame Emperors a year later. Yunxing gave a simple explanation of what had happened during the day and also briefly mentioned Chu Yu's identity. Since she's from Treasure Boat, it shouldn't be a big problem. Qi and Gu Feng felt that this was a good idea. How's the situation with the others in the arena? Yun Xing casually asked. She had been engrossed in the competition and didn't pay attention to the other competition zones. Actually, she was a little curious. How was Night Fox's competition? She wondered how he fared compared to Feng Tian. Everyone is in the Yellow Wings competition zone, but most of them are in different divisions. Qi met a contestant from the mainland's warrior elite camp, and Qi won. Gu Feng didn't forget to ask around during the competition. Because he had saved many people in the mainland's warrior elite camp, he was able to find out the most information. As Yun Xing had expected, Yi Baiming and Feng Tian's battle results were the best. Both of them had maintained the record of complete victories so far. However, the other record holder was Chen Lian. This came as a great surprise to both Yun Xing and Dong Huangling. Chen Lian is actually so strong. Her strength has indeed improved very quickly during this period of time. She defeated her opponents quickly in the first few rounds. Right now, she's a popular candidate to become the fighting king after Yi Baiming and Feng Tian. Gu Feng had seen Chen Lian's matches. Chen Lian had even used advanced wind-type magic. It seemed that her strength was at least on par with Qi's. The others didn't know, but Yun Xing knew best. Chen Lian's abnormality was probably related to the Octaterra artifact on her. However, one thing was for sure. That artifact was definitely incomplete, and Chen Lian hadn't made the artifact recognize her as its master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only displayed her current strength. How did the two of you perform in the Yellow Wings competition zone? Qi asked. Well, we didn't embarrass the mainland's warrior elite camp. Yun Xing and Dong Huangling chuckled. At about the same time, Chen Lian and her mage companions walked out of the Heaven's Wings arena. Chapter 633. Lian, you won again. You must have gotten a lot of bonus this month, right? The accompanying female mage fawned on her. When Chen Lian was in the magic elite camp, she was sought after by many male students because of her beauty and strength. At that time, many female students in the camp were very disdainful of her. But ever since she came to the Heaven's Wings arena, she was like a fish in water. She had been winning since the first match. If it weren't for the abnormal genius Feng Tian in this team, Chen Lian would have been the leader of this trial team. It's only 100,000 gold coins. It's a pity that I don't have many matches. Otherwise, I could still compete in this monthly tournament. It's only 10 consecutive victories. My goal is to be the fighting king, Chen Lian said proudly. With that mysterious bracelet in hand, Chen Lian was very confident of winning. The number of participants in the Earth's Wings arena was fewer than the Yellow Wings arena, and the corresponding number of matches was also much fewer. Therefore, 50 consecutive victories seemed to be much less than 100 consecutive victories in the Yellow Wings arena, but in fact, the difficulty was about the same as the Yellow Wings arena. Chen Lian firmly believed that as long as she had that strange bracelet in hand, she would definitely be able to achieve better results. But Lian, your next opponent is Feng Tian. Aren't you worried? The female mage beside her asked. Chen Lian and Feng Tian's matches were in the same arena. The two of them had not crossed paths in the previous rounds. In the newly announced match, Chen Lian and Feng Tian would meet. It's just Feng Tian. How powerful can he be? Chen Lian was full of confidence. The outside world was rumored to be very powerful, but she did not see how powerful he was. Just then, they passed by the treasure boat. When the female mage beside her saw this, she hurriedly flattered, Lian, if you continue like this, you will soon break through to become a sky mage. Maybe you will be the first one to break through in the magic elite camp. Why don't we enter the treasure boat and see what soul stones are suitable for your magic scepter? These words struck a chord in Chen Lien's heart. She also felt that if there were no accidents, she would definitely break through in a year's time. Chen Lien glanced at the treasure boat and was dazzled by the luxurious style of the building. She had long heard of the name of Skywing City's treasure boat. However, she had been busy with the tournament and hadn't had the chance to visit it. She happened to be free today and had also received a bonus. Perhaps she could go and take a look. Chen Lien was the former crown princess of Zhou State. Her family background was not bad. Naturally, she had seen countless treasures and artifacts. When she was still the crown princess, Yi Beilian had secretly brought her to Zhou State's royal treasury in order to please her. However, even when she arrived at the treasure boat, she couldn't help but feel that her horizons were broadened. The Skywing City was truly one of the poles of the continent. There were many more treasures in the treasure boat than in Zhou State's treasure vault. However, the price of each item was also very high. This was also related to the origin of the treasure boat. There were many experts in Skywing City, and most of these experts had only two choices when they arrived at Skywing City. Otherwise, they would spend all their wealth and buy a house in the area. When these people did not have enough money, they would sell their artifacts and treasures for money. The other group of people would fight in the arena. They would either lose their lives in the arena or lose everything. Naturally, these people's belongings would end up in the hands of the treasure boat. The treasure boat would be bought at a low price and sold at a high price. Naturally, money would roll in. No matter how noble Chen Lien's status was, she was only an ordinary sacred magician. All of her belongings had been handed over to Elder Helion. Her performance in the Earth Wings arena was also very ordinary. After a month, her bonus was only 100,000 gold coins. In the treasure boat, she couldn't afford to buy any high-level magical beast soul stones. Chen Lien couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, she wasn't willing to walk out empty-handed. Thus, she simply suggested that they take a look at the artifact pavilion. It was at this moment that Chen Lien noticed an inconspicuous stone on a display table on the treasure boat. When she saw the stone, Chen Lien's heart skipped a beat. This was because the appearance of the stone was exactly the same as the missing part of her bracelet. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people beside her, she really would have immediately taken out that stone to see if it was the missing piece of her bracelet. After Chen Lien obtained that old bracelet, she noticed that a part of it was missing. It was also because of that her bracelet always worked intermittently. If this stone was really a perfect match for that bracelet, then it would be very difficult for her to find a suitable stone. Who knew what kind of terrifying magic would be unleashed by that repaired bracelet? Chen Lien suppressed her excitement and called the shop assistant over. "How much is this stone?" Chen Lien inquired. That shop assistant happened to be the one who had received Yunxing earlier. When he saw Chen Lien he muttered in his heart, "What's going on today? Why are there so many beautiful guests on the treasure boat?" However, although the lady in front of him was beautiful, she was still a little lacking compared to the two women he had met during the day. The shop assistant looked at the item that Chen Lien was pointing at. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Why is it this stone again? What's the value of that stupid stone? Why are the two women asking for it? It turned out that after Yunxing and manager Chu had agreed, the shop assistant had originally wanted to keep the stone. Who knew that he would coincidentally encounter the failure of Marshal Saint Fang's treasure saber? The shop assistant was so busy that he actually forgot about this matter, not to mention keeping the stone that was worth 5 million. As a matter of fact, while he was not paying attention, another customer had taken a fancy to it. Chen Lien's sweet voice just happened to fall into the ears of a young master who was buying things at the side. That young man was about 25 or 26 years old and was dressed in luxurious clothes. Beside him was a bare-chested woman. He looked in the direction of the voice and coincidentally saw Chen Lien's appearance. Once he saw that the other party was an outstanding beauty, that young master's eyes lit up. He ignored the hostile gaze of the woman beside him and sized up Chen Lien. A lustful light flashed across his eyes. Chen Lien was already used to the admiring gazes around her. She even felt a bit of joy towards the admiration of this kind of man. She pretended not to notice and asked her own question. "Lady, the price of this item is 5 million gold coins," the person on the treasure boat replied respectfully. "What? 5 million? Chen Lien didn't expect that this unremarkable stone would cost 5 million. This was a sky-high price. Even if she took back the treasures that she had left with Elder Hellion, she still wouldn't be able to afford this stone. Chen Lien thought to herself. No matter what, she had to get this stone. Chapter 634. 5 million. Isn't that too ridiculous? It's just a piece of rock. I can't see anything special about it. The two girls beside Chen Lien also began to chatter. The waiter on the treasure boat could only helplessly wait at the side. There would always be some customers who would make trouble for no reason. With Chen Lien's personality, she would definitely get what she set her eyes on. However, she really couldn't take out 5 million gold coins. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Lien. Most people on the continent couldn't take it out either. Not everyone was like Yunxing, who knew how to earn money and would gamble and loot a burning house for no reason. Chen Lien's troubled look made her even more lovely. The young master's eyeballs were about to fall out. He cleared his throat and walked up. "Miss, do you want to buy that rock?" Only then did Chen Lien look at the man behind her. He was about 25 or 26 years old and wore an exquisite beast skin warrior's robe. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't detestable either. However, from the way he looked at people, it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Chen Lien had seen many of such people in the Jade Capital. If it was in the past, she would have dismissed them with a few words. After all, in the Jade Capital, no one dared to offend the daughter of the Grand Elder residence. However, things were different now. She was currently in Skywing City, where experts were as common as clouds. Those seemingly ordinary people could very well be hidden experts or those extremely wealthy people who had come to Skywing City to pass the time. Who is this young master? Chen Lien could only give a perfunctory answer. She lowered her eyes and had a shy expression. Eldest young master. When the waiter on the treasure boat saw the young master, he looked nervous and hurriedly went forward to greet him. "You are?" Chen Lien knew that this person's identity was definitely not simple. "I am Skywing's Tuo. The Skywing City Lord is my father. This treasure boat is a property under my name." Skywing's Tuo was the eldest son of the Skywing City Lord. This person usually liked to flirt with women, especially female martial artists and female magicians. The Skywing City Lord's strength was unfathomable. When his son was born, he received the most elite education. It was only because of this reason that the Skywing brothers were spoiled by their arrogance, which spoiled their young master tempers. The heavenly winged Tuo was undisciplined by nature. After cultivating to the level of a martial saint, he felt tired and was unwilling to break through again. After he inherited the treasure boat business from his father, he had always been a hands-off shopkeeper. He threw all the treasure boat business to Steward Chu, while he fooled around. He only came to inspect the treasure boat once every few months. Today, he had no choice but to go to the treasure boat because his female companion was pestering him to choose some treasures. Who knew that the moment he entered, he would see the beautiful Chen Lianer. He wanted to get to know her, but he couldn't be too casual in his own territory. Coincidentally, Chen Lianer was in trouble, so he took the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Knowing that the treasure boat was his property, Chen Lianer couldn't help but rejoice. She believed that she had both looks and talent. Now that she was a saint mage, she wouldn't be interested in ordinary men at all. In her entire life, Chen Lianer had only fallen for two men. One was Yi Baiming, and the other was later Qin Crown Prince de Guxiu. As for the other men, Chen Lianer had full confidence that she could coax them until they were dizzy. If she could please this lecher in front of her, she might not even have to spend a single gold coin to get this treasure that she suspected to be a bracelet fragment. I am Chen Lianer, a student of the continent's magic elite camp. I just happened to be training in Tianyi City. Chen Lianer revealed what she thought was her most charming smile. When Tianyi Tuo saw this, half of his bones went limp. So you are a student of the continent's magic elite camp. No wonder your temperament and appearance are outstanding. It's rare that I have fate with you. If you like anything, feel free to open it. Take it as a meeting gift from me to you. When the people on the treasure boat heard this, they had a headache. They hurriedly signaled to the others with their eyes. Their young master was a brainless wastrel. Especially when he saw a beauty, he couldn't control his belt. Because he was pursuing women, he gave out many things. Every year, because of this, the young mistress of the city lord's mansion would come to the treasure boat to make a fuss. That waiter could only secretly instruct someone to find Steward Chu. Steward Chu was an old man of the city lord's mansion and could speak on a daily basis. I don't think that's a good idea. Every item on this treasure boat is priceless. Young Master Tianyi and I only met by chance. Chen Lianer said this, but her beautiful eyes had already landed on that stone. On her head. Even Tianyi Tuo's perverted wolf claws, which impatiently touched her hand, did not avoid it. Tianyi Tuo touched Chen Lianer's hand and felt that it was very smooth. His heart rippled. Without saying anything, he patted his chest and promised, Lianer and I hit it off at first sight. If you like anything, just say the word. I will definitely give it to you. Lianer has a hobby of collecting stones since she was young. I want that stone. Chen Lianer resisted the urge to retract her hand and pointed at the stone with a smile. Tianyi Tuo looked at the stone with interest. He had operated the treasure boat for many years and had a certain level of eyesight. But this stone did not have any fluctuations of magic or dou qi. It was indeed a very ordinary stone. The price of 5 million seemed to have been set by his father. Only a fool would buy it. But if the great beauty liked to collect this kind of stone, he did not care. It's only a stone. Come, wrap it up for Miss Chen. In order to get a smile from the beauty, Tianyi Tuo did not look at the stone. But young master, you must first tell Manager Chu. The people on the treasure boat did not dare to say it out loud. Tianyi Tuo had randomly sent women's items. The master of Tianyi City had ordered that in the future, if the young master did so again, he must obtain Manager Chu's permission. Who is the master here? If I tell you to take it, then take it. Tianyi Tuo glared fiercely at the clerk. The latter was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just as the clerk did not know what to do, Manager Chu walked out. Young master, this stone has already been taken by someone. This subordinate promised her to keep it for a year. It has already been taken off the shelf. I don't know which insensible clerk got on the wrong shelf. As soon as Manager Chu came, the clerk quickly retreated to the side and threw the hot potato to Manager Chu. Manager Chu saw the stone at a glance. Wasn't this stone the one that Yunsheng had taken a fancy to? She had already promised Yunsheng. She did not know which clerk did not have eyes and did not take it away in time. Then, it was so unlucky that it was taken by someone else. Just now, someone had already told Manager Chu what had happened. The young woman in front of him was obviously not a kind person. She wanted to take advantage of the young master's admiration. Who took a fancy to it? Tianyi Tuo was a little unhappy when he heard this. It was just a broken stone. When did it become so popular? It's a regular customer. It was not convenient for Manager Chu to say Yunxing's identity, so he could only beat around the bush. Chapter 635. Did that person pay the deposit? Tianyi Tuo asked impatiently. He had long found Steward Chu an eyesore. The other party seemed to be here to help him, but in private, he was sent by his father, who disappeared all year round, to monitor him. Usually, this old woman took advantage of her seniority in the shop and kept interfering with him. She was an eyesore, and Tianyi Tuo had long wanted to drive her away. If not for the fact that she was Chu Yu's mother, allowing her to stay here and have more chances to see Chu Yu, Tianyi Tuo would have ordered someone to leave. No. Yunxing only had tens of thousands of gold coins with her. She still needed to buy some basic medicinal herbs, so Steward Chu did not take her deposit. At that time, Steward Chu did not expect that there would be a second customer who would take a fancy to this stone so quickly. Then that's it. Without a deposit, it's just empty talk. This stone is given to Miss Chin. Tianyi Tuo ordered someone to wrap the stone up. Eldest young master, if the residence knows about this, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. Steward Chu was also a man of his word. Since he had promised Yunxing, he would definitely do it. The person in the residence that Steward Chu was talking about was Tianyi Tuo's eldest young mistress. This eldest young mistress was famous for being fierce. Previously, because of the eldest young master's affairs outside, she had caused a lot of trouble. Tianyi Tuo's heart quivered at Steward Chu's silent reminder. He thought again. If the beauty beside him got the stone and cut off all ties with him, wouldn't he be at a loss? But if he promised the beauty and did not keep his promise, wouldn't he lose face? Steward Chu, how has Sister Yu been recently? I've been talking about going to the arena to see her. Tianyi Tuo asked indifferently. Hearing his daughter's name, Steward Chu's originally firm tone immediately softened. Steward Chu was secretly angry. Tianyi Tuo was really worse than a pig or a dog. Chu Yu was his daughter. The mother and daughter had always depended on each other in the Tianyi City Lord's residence. Chu Yu was born with good looks. When she was 13 or 14 years old, Tianyi Tuo, who had already married, had already set his eyes on Chu Yu. He took advantage of eldest young mistress and Steward Chu's inattention to seduce Chu Yu many times with words and actions. However, Chu Yu sternly reprimanded him. He still didn't give up. Once, he actually used the excuse of being drunk to sneak into Chu Yu's room. Fortunately, Steward Chu happened to be sleeping in Chu Yu's room that night, so his daughter managed to avoid a calamity. From then on, in order to break away from the eldest young master's entanglement, Steward Chu had no choice but to send his daughter, Chu Yu, to the Skywing Arena. Although the second young master was not a kind person, he was not fond of women. Compared to the first young master, at least he did not have to worry about his daughter being taken advantage of. Seeing Steward Chu admit defeat, Heavenly Wing Tower was even more pleased with himself. He immediately ordered people to wrap up the stone. The stone was quickly wrapped up and delivered to him. When Chen Lianer saw that she had obtained the stone without any effort, she was secretly delighted. Just as she was about to take it, she was stopped by Skywing Tower's hand. The other party didn't forget to pinch her delicate and smooth hands. Chen Lianer felt disgusted, but on the surface, she did not reveal too much displeasure. Chen Lianer had also underestimated Skywing Tower. He was not one of those brainless lechers that Dong Huanglinger had met in Zhou State. A stone worth 1 million, regardless of whether it was a stone or not, was still the treasure of the treasure boat. Skywing Tower was also not some spendthrift. With swan meat in front of him, how could he sit and watch her fly away? Miss Chen, we hit it off at first sight. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have a good chat? As for this stone, you don't have to worry. I will give it to you sooner or later. Skywing Tower put the stone into his storage ring and pulled Chen Lianer out of the treasure boat. Chen Lianer's face was full of reluctance, but for the sake of that stone, she could only accompany Skywing Tower. Steward Chu watched them walk out and shook his head. Early the next morning, Elder Hellion of the Continental Magic Elite Camp sat in the inn. In the past week, he suppressed his intense worry and did not care about the situation of the dozen or so magicians he had brought. On the other hand, Elder Yu of the Continental Warrior Elite Camp was very leisurely all day long. He would either sit in the inn, order a few pots of good wine and a few good dishes, and sit for an entire day. Or he would sit in the treasure boat of Skywing City and look at the most precious treasures of the continent. These days, it was the standard mode of travel. On the other hand, Elder Hellion was not so calm. Early in the morning, when Elder Hellion was about to go downstairs to eat breakfast, he saw Elder Yu and a magician of the Continental Warrior Elite Camp sitting together. Elder Hellion was about to ignore them and turn his head to leave. Who knew that when Elder Yu saw Elder Hellion, he would take a big stride forward and pull him back. Hey, Elder Hellion, what a coincidence. Sit down and have a meal together. Don't you want to know the situation of your dozen or so students? Elder Hellion's face was originally full of disgust, but when he heard that there was news of his students, he hesitated. Because of this hesitation, he was dragged to a seat by Elder Yu. The magician sitting at the table was the captain of the group that Elder Hellion had brought out this time. He was in charge of collecting information on the magicians of the Continental Warrior Elite Camp in the past 10 days or so. Greetings, elders. The magician was about 18 or 19 years old and looked very steady in his work. Elder Yu ordered me to pay attention to the situation of the other magicians of the Continental Warrior Elite Camp. In the past 10 days, all the students have chosen to enter the Skywings arena. There was no doubt about this. Those young geniuses from the Continental Warrior Elite Camp all had one thing in common: they were very talented and were the pillars of their families or countries. Since they had come to Skywing City, they naturally had to go to the arena to see how strong they were. Moreover, they had no money on hand at the moment. The best way to survive was to compete. Elder Hellion looked satisfied, thinking to himself, who would dare say that the magicians of the Continental Warrior Elite Camp are spoiled? Oh, then tell me, how are they doing in the arena? Elder Hellion glanced at Elder Yu. Although he knew that the other party wouldn't be so kind as to collect information on his students, his curiosity still won out. Most of the seniors and juniors have chosen to enter the Earthwings arena. There are many experts there, and it's the most suitable place for training. The magician reported a list of names. The two elders weren't surprised by this. After all, the most suitable arena for the magicians of the Continental Warrior Elite Camp was the Earthwings arena. This was something that the elders of the two elite camps had tacitly agreed to after participating in the Skywing City's training. The previous few times that Elder Hellion had led the team, he had also directly led the students into the Earthwings arena. Chapter 636. Whether it was a mage or a warrior, the best way to grow was to compete with opponents of equal strength. This was also the teaching model that the elite warrior and mage camps of the continent most approved of. However, two mages from the elite mage camp have joined the Yellow Wings division. The warrior hesitated. Haha, that's nothing. In a team, there are always some people who are weaker. The Yellow Wings division is actually not bad. Elder Yu chuckled and looked mischievously at Elder Hellion. Elder Hellion's face twitched. The Yellow Wings division was publicly recognized as the worst of the 4 major divisions in the Heaven's Wings arena. The division there was a mix of good and bad people. In the early years, many fugitives, assassins, and third-rate characters who couldn't survive on the continent had all mingled in that training ground. That kind of place was pretty good for training some hunters. But for the genius-level students of the continent's elite mage camp, it was a piece of cake. In the past, Elder Hellion simply couldn't be bothered to bring people to the Yellow Wings division to observe. Elder Hellion wasn't surprised to learn that someone had gone to the Yellow Wings division. After all, he treated all the students equally this time. Yunsheng, Gufeng, and the others accompanying the team were weaker in magic to begin with. In layman's terms, they were the team's doctor and mage. Elder Hellion couldn't imagine how Yunsheng and the others had passed these few days. Even if they had gone to the Yellow Wings division, they wouldn't have had much of an advantage. But in the end, there were students under him who didn't want to make progress and went to the Yellow Wings division to fish in troubled waters. With Elder Yu's sarcasm, Elder Hellion's old face was a little embarrassed. Those students were originally my substitute students this time, and their cultivation was a little weaker than the other students. One of them was a light mage. Elder Hellion's face was red as he hurriedly explained. Oh, you mean that disciple of the light she? Haha, that mage went to the Earth's Wings division, but the battle situation. Elder Yu also knew Gufeng. The continent's elite camp wasn't like other places on the continent. In this place, it was normal for even warriors to receive treatment from mages. Teacher Guangxi had cooperated with Elder Yu before, so Elder Yu was also aware of the new light magic student he had accepted this year. That goofing fellow actually recklessly ran to the Earth Wing arena. That kid actually went to participate in the competition. He was a light magician who didn't even know how to use offensive magic. How could he go to the arena? Wouldn't that be courting death? Elder Hellion was also frightened by this news. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Elder Hellion's plan was for a light magician like Gufeng to find a job as a healer in the arena. He would definitely be in high demand. What Elder Hellion did not know was that the hidden night pavilion was so powerful in the arena that it was impossible for Gufeng to treat someone without permission. No, Elder Hellion thought. He had to find that kid Gufeng. If he was careless and lost his life in the arena, how would he explain it to Teacher Guangxi and the other elders? Gufeng is also someone who has broken the record in the Earth Wing arena. In the past 8 or 9 days, he competed in 15 matches. He also worked very hard, but he lost all 15 matches, Elder Yu said unhurriedly. Lost all 15 matches. The corner of Elder Hellion's mouth twitched. If there was a hole in the ground under his feet, he would definitely jump in without hesitation. However, Elder Hellion did not care too much about Gufeng's victory or defeat. We still have Feng Tian. With Feng Tian's strength, he will definitely be able to set a record in the arena. Elder Hellion remembered that he still had a trump card, Feng Tian. Feng Tian was aiming for the Fighting King in the Earth Wing division. Elder Hellion dared to bet with Elder Yu because his biggest trump card was Feng Tian. He did not tell anyone that Feng Tian's strength was already that of a sky sorcerer. With his strength, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. Based on this point alone, Elder Hellion had full confidence in defeating the warrior elite camp. Elder Hellion, junior brother Feng Tian, is indeed very outstanding. He has already won 11 matches in a row in just over 20 days. The warrior from the elite warrior camp of the mainland echoed. Elder Hellion immediately regained his confidence. 11 matches. For a newcomer, this was an amazing result. If this continued, Feng Tian would win 50 matches within a year and obtain the title of Grappling King in the Earth Wings competition zone. It was almost certain. However, the warrior changed the topic. Our mainland's elite warrior camp has also set a record. Junior brother Yi has already won 12 matches in 20 days. 12 matches. Elder Helian's smile froze. He had almost forgotten that the warrior elite camp also had their own trump card. Yi Baiming, known as the most outstanding genius of the warrior elite camp in the past 100 years, was also on the verge of breaking through to the martial sage realm. He had also participated in the Earth Wing Division's competition. Elder Helian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the proud expression on Elder Yu's face. Speaking of which, he did not know Yi Baiming very well. However, Yi Baiming was the only direct disciple that the great elder of the warrior elite camp, Guiyu, had accepted in the past 10 years. The other disciples were all disciples in name. Direct disciples were disciples who inherited the mantle. From this, it could be seen that Yi Baiming's talent was astonishing. The great elder of the warrior elite camp was famous for his high standards. How could the foundation of the disciple he had chosen be bad? Just this point alone proved how outstanding Yi Baiming's talent was. Yi Baiming's strength was close to that of a martial sage, while Feng Tian's strength was that of a sky sorcerer. In terms of the martial and sorcerer realms, their cultivations should be about the same. However, it would be hard to say if they were to really compete. Sorcerers had all kinds of unique spells, while warriors also had blood frenzy and unique battle techniques. Elder Helian, if Feng Tian and Yi Baiming were to meet, who do you think would win? Elder Yu asked intentionally. That's hard to say. Moreover, the two of them might not meet. Elder Helian was no longer in the mood to ask about the other students' competition. Although he spoke vaguely, he knew very well how big the Earth Wing Division was and how many top contestants there were. These two people were both monstrous-level contestants. Both of them were aiming for the title of Fighting King in the division. They would definitely meet. When that time came, as an elder, he would definitely be there to watch the battle. After Elder Helian received this news, he only wanted to find Feng Tian as soon as possible and reminded him to be careful. He did not have the mood to stay any longer and went straight to his room to think of a way to contact Feng Tian. Sob, I accidentally fell asleep while writing. I've been out for 3 days and haven't had enough sleep. I'll update the second chapter at noon. Chapter 637. Seeing Elder Helian walk away with a head full of worries, the pride on Elder Yu's face became even more apparent. He was certain that Yi Baiming and Feng Tian would meet sooner or later. As for victory, he had absolute confidence in Yi Baiming, the great elder's sole disciple. That martial artist looked at Elder Yu in bewilderment. That's right, Elder. Actually, I forgot to mention just now. You asked me to keep an eye on the situation in the Sky Wings arena. In the past few days, several major events have happened in the arena. Apart from being concerned about his own students, Elder Yu was also very concerned about the situation in the Sky Wings arena. This was because everyone knew that the Sky Wings arena was the pinnacle arena for warriors, magicians, and summoners on the continent. Here, contestants who obtained the title of King of Combat would become influential figures on the continent in the future. The elite camp of the continent also paid close attention to these influential figures. Oh, could it be that another dark horse has appeared? Is it in the Earth Wings or Sky Wings division? In Elder Yu's mind, people like Feng Tian and Yi Baiming were absolute dark horses. However, even if they didn't rise up in the Sky Wings arena, they would rise up on the continent sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Of course, the only people who could catch Elder Yu's attention were those from those two divisions. The dark horses this time are from the Yellow Wings and Profound Wings divisions. The Yellow Wings division has a team called Flame Emperor. That warrior had only just received this news. What kind of experts could there be in the Yellow Wings division? Elder Yu pursed his lips. If he remembered correctly, the Yellow Wings division restricted contestants to the level of martial sage. Even saint magicians and martial grandmasters were few and far between. In Elder Yu's eyes, the competition in the Yellow Wings division was like child's play. He didn't even bother to let his own students participate in the Yellow Wings division's competition. Think about it, what was there to see in a competition between a martial grandmaster and a saint magician? It was just some mid-level battle techniques and spells. To a martial emperor like Elder Yu, that level of battle techniques and spells was like slow motion. There aren't any experts. It's just that the battle style of the duo is very special. It's a pair of female magicians, and one of them can use elven healing magic. This was also the reason why the reporting warrior noticed the Flame Emperor duo. It was said that this duo had only been together for a few days. At first, their results were average, and they even lost a few matches. However, about 5 days ago, the Yen Emperor duo started winning. In about 5 days, he had already won 5 matches. Elven magic. Are they from the Immortal Keeper Nation? Elven magic was very rare. Compared to light magicians, elven magicians were even rarer. Even the continent's magic elite camp did not have one in all these years. This was because elven mages must have elven blood. The elves of the Immortal Keeper Nation were especially xenophobic. Their mages almost never appeared on the continent. That shouldn't be the case. However, their battle tactics are very special. One attacks while the other heals and supports. That's why they're like fish in water on the Yellow Wing battlefield. The reporting martial artist sighed. Actually, as a battle team, martial artists like to team up with a healing-type magician. This way, when they went out on missions, their chances of winning would be much higher, and their casualty rate would also be much lower. One attacks while the other supports. This kind of combination can at most win against some mid to low-level contestants. In the later stages, like the monthly tournament, this kind of combination won't be able to win. After all, how strong can a single person be? Elder Yu's combat experience far surpassed these fledgling students of the elite camp. In a team battle, unless one side's strength was heaven-defying, the elven magician team would ultimately lose. Healing-type magicians all had one thing in common. They were not proficient in offensive magic. Or it could be said that their magic souls were not suitable for learning offensive magic. Of course, there were some magicians on the continent who could learn defensive and offensive magic at the same time. However, those magicians were definitely not inferior to Yi Baiming and Feng Tian. Moreover, they were definitely famous in the continent when they were young. For example, Xia Wenqiu from the Temple of Magic was one of them. Whether or not this elven magician was from the Immortal Keeper Nation, the fact that she was still competing in the Yellow Wings division proved that her magical talent was very ordinary. Therefore, Elder Yu was certain that this Flame Emperor combination, which had the momentum right now, would definitely not be able to last until the monthly tournament. What a pity. If only that elven magician of the other side could be used by us, Elder Yu said regretfully. What kind of eye-catching thing has happened in the Black Wings division? The Black Wings division was the Magical Beast division. This division had always been the most low-key, but the casualties were also the most disastrous. This was because magical beasts were not humans. In places like the arena, the blood and gore would drive magical beasts into a frenzy. In the Black Wings division of the Sky Wings arena, magical beasts generally appeared at the 9th level and below. Just yesterday, in the Black Wings division, a magical beast killed 2 patrolling referees in the middle of a competition in progress and escaped. Now, everyone in the Sky Wings arena is encircling and suppressing that magical beast. Because magical beasts were participating in the Black Wings arena, compared to other divisions, there would be an extra referee. And the extra referee would definitely be a summoner. You're saying that the patrolling referees and the summoner were killed. That summoner is from the Zeo state. Most of the summoners on the continent were from the Zeo state, and the Skywings arena had a habit of borrowing summoners from the Zeo state all year round. Yes, and it's a summoner. I heard that the Zeo state is furious and will send someone over in the next few days. The Zeo state was not to be trifled with, and a summoner at the level of a summoner was not ordinary. This doesn't sound normal. The strength of a Zeo state summoner, especially a wizard beast master, should be completely enough to control a 9th level magical beast. Elder Yu was very surprised when he heard this news. This was much more shocking than the news of the elven magician earlier. In fact, this news had already become the hottest topic in Skywing City. That magical beast's whereabouts were still unknown. The Black Wings division and the Earthly Wings division were close to each other, and the division where that magical beast was just happened to be right next to the division where that warrior had competed that day. The warrior who had reported this just so happened to witness the magical beast's escape. That magical beast broke through in the arena and became a beast king. That summoner's magical beast wasn't a match for a beast king. This disciple and a few of our junior brothers and sisters nearby all saw it with our own eyes. That day's situation was still very dangerous. That magical beast was an Earth-type magical beast, and its attack power was very shocking. After it broke through to the Beast King level, it comprehended a magical beast inheritance. It was an Earth-type arcane magic called the Throbbing Pulse of the Earth. More than half of the Black Wings division was destroyed in an instant. Chapter 638. A Beast King level magical beast. Is this news true? Elder Yu's chopsticks fell to the ground when he heard the news. It's absolutely true. The disciples all saw it with their own eyes. The Skywings arena immediately sent out many mages to attack, but that Earth-type magical beast's defense was amazing. It broke through the layers of magic attacks and escaped, and its whereabouts are unknown. The situation at the time was very complicated. Those contestants who had not yet broken through to Martial Saint or Sky Mage felt a violent tremor as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Immediately after, there was a terrible roar, and an ugly magical beast appeared in the sky. That magical beast still had magic chains on its body. It shook its newly grown wings and fought its way out of the countless spells. The tragic situation was unforgettable. Skywing City is so big. Even if that magical beast escaped the city, it definitely couldn't escape the territory of Skywing City, Elder Yu lamented. Skywing City looked like it was only the size of a city, but its surroundings were densely covered with the territory of the Skywing City Lord. As long as the Skywing City Lord wanted to capture that magical beast, even a Beast King would not be able to escape. A Beast King level magical beast. It was no wonder that even the Zeo state was alarmed this time. On the one hand, the Zeo state had lost face because of the death of the summoner, and they had to regain their dignity. On the other hand, a Beast King level magical beast had not appeared on the continent for more than 100 years. At present, all the Beast King level magical beasts on the continent already had masters. Most of them belonged to those monsters on the level of Emperor Zeo, such as the Pope in Red or the Lord of Grand Imperial City. A Beast King level magical beast with no one living in it, and one that had comprehended the beast inheritance and profound magic at the king level, its value could be said to be immeasurable. It was likely that not only the Skywings arena, but also the Zeo state would not let this matter rest. But this time, Elder Yu's prediction was wrong again. For some reason, although the arena had sent out a large number of people, the Skywing City Lord did not appear. That magical beast king that had escaped did not appear for the next few months. But that didn't stop the Zao State's people from showing up. This time, the Zao State had sent a summoner over. The arrival of the summoner was also a great opportunity for Yunxing. No matter what, we have to pay close attention to this news. If this magical beast really does end up in the hands of the Zao State, I'm afraid it will affect the search for the divine artifact in the future. Elder Yu frowned. The innate talent of Earth-type magical beasts was not only their amazing defense, but also their ability to hunt for treasures. Especially the Demon Beast King. If it fell into the hands of the Zao State, it would be even more difficult to find the 8 barren divine artifacts in the future. However, this time around, Elder Yu guessed wrong. Even though the Skywing Arena had dispatched a large number of people to chase after the fleeing magical beast, they still hadn't found any trace of that fleeing magical beast. This matter had also become the hottest topic of discussion among people during their leisure time. Right now, only 2 days had passed since the start of the monthly competition between Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. 2 days later, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger arrived at the Skywing Arena. The treatment of the monthly competition was much better than the daily competition. There were a total of 6 teams participating in the monthly competition, and they had to go through 3 rounds of competition to determine the top 3 of the monthly competition. They would receive 1, 2, and 3 times the points respectively. However, only the top 3 of the monthly competition would be in first place. Only the champion of all 12 monthly competitions would be able to enter the annual competition. Flame Emperor was participating in the monthly competition in July. With Chu Yu's help, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were able to obtain the information of the other contestants in the monthly competition 3 days before the competition. This information detailed the strength of the other teams, as well as the magic and battle techniques they were good at. There were a total of 6 teams participating in the monthly competition. If Flame Emperor wanted to meet Qiu Qingqing's Tortoise Blade, they needed more than just luck, but also strength. Flame Emperor went to the 9th competition zone first. Coincidentally, the individual competition in the morning had ended, and a group of contestants walked out of the lounge. After staying in the Yellow Wings competition zone for a long time, the older contestants gradually accepted the 2 of them. Congratulations, Flame Emperor, I heard that you guys made it to the monthly competition. Do your best and become the champion of the monthly competition. You can also win some face for our 9th competition zone. It's a pity that the ticket price for this monthly competition is too high. We can't afford the ticket and can't go and cheer for you guys. Other than Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons, who volunteered to compete in the 9th competition zone, most of the contestants who competed in the 9th competition zone were either pushed aside or suppressed. These people, including Kong Fei and Lu Qingqing, were already displeased with the first competition zone. We appreciate everyone's kind intentions, we will do our best to compete, Flame Emperor replied passionately. Oh right, I have always had a question. You have competed so many times in a row, don't you need to meditate? Also, Flame uses elven magic, so the consumption of magic should be very high. A contestant who was more familiar with Flame Emperor asked. In order to enter the monthly competition sooner, the Flame Emperor team was spinning like a top. For mages, after using magic, they needed to meditate to recover their magic power. This was especially true for mages below Sky Mages. Because they hadn't comprehended the 4 major magic mysteries, they needed to meditate for a longer time. Especially when they were competing against opponents of similar strength, the consumption of magic power was even higher. Generally speaking, most of the mage contestants in the Yellow Wings competition zone would rest for a day and compete for a day. This also caused many people to miss the opportunity to participate in the monthly competition. After all, to participate in the monthly competition, one had to accumulate a total of 30 consecutive victories within a month. There was another way to quickly recover magic power, and that was to use high-grade meditation water to recover magic power. However, due to the existence of the Hidden Night Pavilion, the price of a bottle of high-grade meditation water was as high as 100 gold coins for mages who weren't willing to cooperate with the Hidden Night Pavilion. It was obvious that the mages could not afford such a price. Most people knew that the Flame Emperor team had offended the person in charge of the competition zone, Yellow Knight Emissary, on their first day. Therefore, no one thought that the Flame Emperor team would buy potions from the Hidden Night Pavilion. However, everyone also saw that the Flame Emperor team competed every day, and almost didn't miss a single match. Moreover, they sometimes participated in multiple matches in a day, including single matches and double matches, but they didn't seem to be overwhelmed. This kind of desperation made many male warriors and mages blush with shame. They didn't seem to be in a situation where their magic power was depleted. "No, we have meditation water." Flame Emperor took out a bottle of meditation water and threw a bottle to the mage who was closer to them. Chapter 639. The magician had just finished the competition and consumed more than half of his magic power. His body was weak and he urgently needed to meditate. The magician looked at the bottle of meditation water. There was no sign of the Hidden Night Pavilion on it. He was suspicious but still drank the bottle of meditation water. After drinking, he didn't forget to wipe his mouth and release a spell. Amazing! He recovered all of his magic power. The magician was shocked when he tried it. He just came out of the arena a quarter of an hour ago. It was impossible for him to recover his magic power. The other veteran players were also shocked when they saw this scene. Hidden Night Pavilion is willing to sell medicine to you. Among the veteran players, many of them had a bad relationship with the Hidden Night Pavilion. The Hidden Night Pavilion put these people on the blacklist. If they want to buy medicine, the price is at least 3 times higher. Even if they have money, they can't buy medicine. It's not like all the pharmacists on the continent are dead. Why can't they get the medicine from the Dark Night Pavilion? This is the meditation water of the Little Enchanting. Its effect is not worse than the Dark Night Pavilion's. The Emperor disdainfully said. Little Enchanting. There are medicinal pills and potions of the Little Enchanting here. Among the veteran players of the Yellow Wings division, many of them came from the Zhou state. Once upon a time, the most famous medical hall in the continent was the Imperial Medicine Pavilion, and the Magic Treatment Hall was the temple. But no one knew when it started. It seems that the Little Enchanting began to rise since the rise of the A-ranked hunting corps. The rise of the Little Enchanting formed a prairie fire. From the Zhou state, it began to expand to other places in the continent. At first, it was the hunters, then it was the civilians. Because of the model of selling medicine and medicinal pills, the price of medicine was relatively low. Whether it was nobles or civilians, they liked to buy the medicine of the Little Enchanting. If the medicine in hand was really from the Little Enchanting, then the quality was naturally impeccable. But, where did you get the medicine of the Little Enchanting? The Hidden Night Pavilion almost monopolized the medicinal pills of the entire city. Refining and selling, how did this medicine come about? Did the Little Enchanting set up a medical hall in the Sky Wing City? These players were all very smart. Although they saw the effect of the medicine, they still had some doubts. Yan had long expected that they would ask this question. My friend. It was said that the current young master of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was preparing to develop a business in Skywing City. In the future, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's airships would return to Skywing City twice a month. The Little Enchanting and the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce have already established a cooperation. Every time the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's airship arrives, they will deliver a batch of Little Enchanting's medicines. Yunxing had only thought of looking for the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce after learning that Chu Yu wanted to expand the number 9 competition zone. Through the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's transportation and supply of materials, Chu Yujie was able to obtain the materials for her expansion at a 30% discount. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce could also provide a group of skilled craftsmen to help with the construction. Yunxing had already written a letter to Zhou Qingchuan. If nothing unexpected happened, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's ships would arrive at Sky Wing City in about half a month. Who didn't know the name of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce? Skywing City was independent from the world, and the biggest problem here was the transportation of resources. Even an existence like the elite camp of the continent would have a headache when it came to transporting empty ships back and forth. But the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce was different. They were rich and overbearing, and their businesses were spread all over the continent. For the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, the Sky Wing City was an undeveloped virgin land. When Yunxing thought of completely opposing the Hidden Night Pavilion, she carefully analyzed the situation. If she wanted the Hidden Night Pavilion to fall, besides breaking their control over the contestants during the competition, the root of the problem was to cut off their supply of medicinal materials. Hearing Yunxing's words, the contestants boiled up. If that's really the case, we will all go and buy them. Everyone, please calm down. This matter will take some time to complete. When the time comes, we will definitely inform everyone. Flame appeased the group of excited contestants. What's so lively about? Chu Yu walked over. Unlike the day competition, the monthly competition zone was held at night. Chu Yu didn't need to act as a referee, so she could watch the competition together. Earlier, she had asked Flame Emperor to come to the number 9 competition zone to provide them with some information. Who would have thought that as soon as she came out, she would see Flame Emperor surrounded by a group of contestants, discussing in full swing. It's nothing. Nothing has been set in stone yet. When the matter is settled in a few days, I will have to inform you, Flame smiled. If they wanted to test out the sale of medicinal materials in the number 9 competition zone, they would need Chu Yu's help. Starting from the day competition zone, then the entire Yellow Wings competition zone, then the Sky Wings arena, and finally the entire Sky Wings city. Whether it was the Medicine Emperor Pavilion or the Law Temple, whoever provoked her must be uprooted. Bypassing the group of excited contestants, Chu Yu handed a few pages to Flame Emperor. That's all I can do to help you. I believe that the other contestants have similar information on hand. Because the competition wasn't held in her own competition zone, Chu Yu could only be a spectator. This monthly competition wasn't just a simple competition between contestants. At the same time, it was also a competition between the day competition zones. Regarding the monthly competition being designated as a competition zone, the referees of the other zones also had some opinions. However, no one dared to go against Tian Yidong's wishes. Therefore, the only thing left was to compete between the contestants of the other zones. She also heard that Lu Qingqing's group had already spread the word that July's monthly competition would be won by Willow Blade. Flame Emperor immediately looked up the information of the monthly competition opponents and began to analyze. The monthly competition wasn't like the day competition. After all, it represented the strongest mystical beast in the entire Yellow Wings competition zone. The 6 teams participating in the monthly competition were Flame Emperor, Tortoise Blade, Twin Dragons, Tu Meng, Raging Inferno, and Divine Shield. Among them, Flame Emperor and Twin Dragons were newcomers. The remaining 4 teams all had the experience of participating in the monthly tournament. Why is there a number behind the names of the 6 teams? Flame noticed that when the names of the 6 teams were listed, there were numbers from 1 to 8. Flame Emperor was followed by a 7. That's your odds. Cough cough, the outside world isn't very optimistic about your chances of winning. Chu Yu coughed a few times, but don't worry, that's because they don't know your strength. Flame Emperor was the most unpopular dark horse among all the contestants. However, that was only limited to the day competition zone. After entering the monthly competition, every team was an expert. The amount of money in the gambling house also increased accordingly. Flame Emperor was the most popular in the day competition zone because Flame was an elf magician. However, after entering the monthly competition, this identity became their restriction. This point coincided with Elder Julian's evaluation of the dark horse of Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor couldn't win in the monthly competition. Chapter 640. Elf mages, especially water elven mages, are mostly good at healing. However, when it comes to attacking, they are somewhat lacking. Flame Emperor is equivalent to having only one person capable of attacking. This way, in the monthly tournament where experts are as numerous as clouds, he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Flame Emperor's market wasn't that optimistic. Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor were both silent. Worried that the two of them would think too much, Chuyu urged the two of them to go to the first competition zone earlier to get used to it. At the same time, they could also observe the strength of the other contestants. In the monthly tournament of the Yellow Wings competition zone, two dark horses, Flame Emperor and Double Dragon, as well as the powerful Willow Blade, appeared. It is said that the strength of these few teams is close to that of the Earth Wings competition zone. By only spending the fee of the Yellow Wings competition zone, one could watch the exciting matches of the Earth Wings competition zone. Because of this, the monthly tournament this time was unprecedentedly popular. Because of this, the monthly tournament in August was also known as the once-in-a-decade exciting monthly tournament. Because of this, the first competition zone specially expanded the venue and added 1,000 plus temporary seats. The number of spectators for the monthly tournament could reach an unprecedented 3,000 people. That Kong Fei's methods were also not bad. He must have been envious of the income of the 9th competition zone and whispered some pillow talk to the second young master. After this monthly tournament, the first competition zone will definitely earn a lot of money. Chuyu informed Flame Emperor that in this competition, there is another new team called Double Dragon that directly entered the monthly tournament. Most of the contestants for the monthly tournament were old faces. Even Lu Qingqing was entering the monthly tournament for the second time. That afternoon, Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger arrived at the first competition zone. Because the identities of the two of them were confidential, Yun Sheng didn't even inform Gufeng and Qi. Similarly, the monthly tournament also had a contestant resting area. However, compared to the daily tournament contestants' resting area, the monthly tournament contestants' resting area was much more luxurious. Magic lamps of various colors flashed, and chairs covered in thick animal skins were placed beside the chairs. Fine wine and food were placed on the side for the contestants to enjoy freely. The monthly tournament contestants were all outstanding existences in the Yellow Wings competition zone. The monthly tournament was also able to attract a lot of guests and rich people who came to Sky Wings City for sightseeing. Therefore, the treatment for the contestants in the arena was also much better. Flame Emperor walked into a resting area that was similar to a modern small private room. The other 5 groups of monthly contestants who were going to participate in the competition were already waiting there. Flame Emperor immediately saw Lu Qingqing, who was occupying a corner by herself. This was the first time Yen had met Lu Qingqing. Last time, Yen was only focused on saving the Emperor and didn't have time to see Lu Qingqing clearly. Lu Qingqing, as described by Dong Huangling earlier, had an enchanting appearance. She had long hair that was like a waterfall and a pair of blue eyes that were like the sea. Her entire body looked as if it had no bones as she leaned against the soft couch. There was also a strangely dressed man standing to the side. The man wasn't tall, and he didn't have a single hair on his head. His neck and limbs were short, but his shoulders were broad. He looked like a tortoise. That person must be Lu Qingqing's partner, Tortoise Blade. The two members of the Willow Blade team were the most popular team for this month's competition. The odds for the two of them were only 1. In comparison, the odds for the Flame Emperor duo were 7. Flame had already found out from Chuyu that in the previous pair's competition, all of the teams that fought against Willow Blade lost miserably without exception. There were even some teams that completely lost their ability to compete because of this. Lu Qingqing was currently playing with her nails that were painted bright red. When she saw the masked Flame Emperor duo enter, she sat up. "Damned girl, you actually dared to appear in front of me." Lu Qingqing's expression was fierce as she fiercely glared at the Emperor. Ever since the start of the competition, she had never suffered a loss. Being taught a lesson by a reckless newbie, Lu Qingqing was already gnashing her teeth in hatred. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting was strictly prohibited in the contestants' resting area, she might have immediately fought with the Emperor. "You are Lu Qingqing." Flame held down the Emperor and walked to the front of Lu Qingqing. "That's me. You are that damned girl's partner. I advise you to be tactful and admit defeat. Otherwise, you will lose more than you gain if you die in the arena." Lu Qingqing glared at Flame. "Lu Qingqing, I will definitely kill those who hurt my good friend. See you in the arena." Flame smiled coldly. Lu Qingqing originally wanted to retort, but she suddenly felt a chill all over her body. Flame's mask was already ferocious. At first glance, he looked like a killing god from hell. Coupled with his bone-chilling voice, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but shiver. Flame went to the side and didn't speak anymore. He carefully sized up the contestants around him. "You're overestimating yourself." Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth. The fear she felt just now made her imposing manner lower by a notch. "Qingqing, why bother with them? They might not be able to enter the finals alive," the tortoise-like man beside her said. After hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt relieved. For this August's monthly tournament, Yellow Knight Emissary had put in a lot of effort. In August's monthly tournament, the Hidden Knight Pavilion had monopolized 4 groups. In other words, in today's monthly tournament, only Twin Dragons and Flame Emperor weren't on their side. Yellow Knight Emissary was also very confident in this monthly tournament. The other 3 groups were just there to accompany them. They were responsible for clearing the obstacles in the arena for Willow Blade. The strength of Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor was only so-so. They might not be able to meet her. Thinking up to here, Lu Qingqing looked at Flame Emperor and smiled sinisterly. Twin Dragons also saw the interaction between Flame Emperor and Willow Blade. The Twin Dragons were Long Shui and Long Tu, who had participated in the competition in the Yellow Wings division as contestants. They were also the other pair of newcomers that Chuyu had told Flame Emperor about. These 2 people were from the Wanlong gambling house and were also Yi Baiming's subordinates. The duo's name was Twin Dragons, which meant Twin Dragons. Compared to Long Hua, who was usually in charge of the Wanlong gambling house, these 2 people were much more low-key. Yunxing also didn't recognize them. However, their strength was also extraordinary. One of them was a magician and the other was a warrior. They cooperated very well. Yi Baiming had let Long Shui sneak into the competition earlier. Long Shui secretly found out that Yunxing was participating in the double tournament under the name of Flame Emperor. She followed Long Tu all the way and entered the monthly tournament together. "Long Shui, I'll go and report the situation of the groups to Master first. You pay attention to Miss Yun's movements. You must not let Lu Qingqing and her group secretly do something." Long Tu paid attention to Yunxing's movements at the side. Chapter 641. Shuanglong already knew that out of the 6 teams in the monthly competition, 4 of them were from the Hidden Night Pavilion. Their goal was to clear the obstacles for Flame Emperor. Yi Baiming originally wanted to come and watch the competition, but he knew that Yun Xing was very clever. If he came to watch the competition rashly, Yun Sheng would definitely know that he found out that he sent people to participate in the 2-person competition. In order to prevent the wild cat from getting angry, Yi Baiming decided to find out about Yun Xing's situation remotely. Long Tu was responsible for transmitting the entire competition process to Yi Baiming. Long Tu left the lounge temporarily and found Yi Baiming, who was waiting outside the Yellow Wings competition area. He told Yi Baiming everything, including the few teams that the Hidden Night Pavilion inserted in the monthly competition. "Master, are we going to clear all the obstacles for Miss Yun?" Long Tu and Long Shui's strength could be considered competent in the Yellow Wings competition area. The people from the Hidden Night Pavilion were no match for them. "No need, just follow the normal order," Yi Baiming said casually as he was about to start a competition. Long Tu left for a while and soon returned. "Master, are you coming back to watch the competition?" Long Shui looked expectant. Although he knew that his master was coming to watch that woman, Long Shui still hoped to see his master appear in the audience. "Master won't be coming, but Master has ordered us to get rid of the other 2 groups and leave Lu Qingqing's group behind." Long Tu frowned when he saw that Long Shui couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration when he mentioned Master. Long Tu spent a lot of time with Long Shui, so he knew about Long Shui's admiration for his master. He wanted to remind Long Shui not to be delusional. His master was his master, and she would always be a servant. However, Long Shui didn't listen to him at all. "Follow the normal order." Long Shui didn't understand. If his master really liked that woman, why didn't he just get rid of Lu Qingqing earlier? Master said that Miss Yun likes to enjoy the process of torturing people. No one else is allowed to touch her enemies. Otherwise, Miss Yun will be unhappy. Long Tu was an honest man. He actually didn't understand what enjoying the process of torturing people meant. But his master was so smart that he would do whatever his master told him to do. However, Long Shui's expression changed slightly. She understood what her master meant. Her master had even considered this point. He truly cared about that woman. Even, their thoughts were exactly the same as that woman's. Whether it was Yun Xing or Yi Baiming, they both liked to do things by themselves, especially when facing their enemies. The number of matches for the first day has been announced. Contestants, please enter the corresponding monthly competition area according to the number of matches. Kong Fei walked out and announced the schedule for the first day's matches. When she saw the schedule, Lu Qingqing nodded with satisfaction. Because she saw that the Flame Emperor team had indeed met another team from the Hidden Night Pavilion, Divine Shield, as she had expected. She also knew the strength of that team. It was absolutely impossible for a team of newcomers to deal with them. Even if the Flame Emperor were to win by luck, they would definitely suffer great losses. For the next 2 nights of the monthly competition, they would definitely not have enough magical power to deal with it. Long Shui and Long Tu also saw the number of matches. They had met another team from the Hidden Night Pavilion, Lai Hua. The first match of the Flame Emperor team would be held in the first competition area. The first competition area of the Yellow Wings competition area was the best and largest competition area in the entire competition area. It was right next to the Black Wings competition area. The area of the first competition area occupied 1/7 of the entire Yellow Wings competition area. The income of the competition area also accounted for 1/6 of the entire Yellow Wings competition area's income. This was the first time Flame Emperor was participating in a competition at night. At night, the sky was filled with stars. But even the stars in the sky couldn't be compared to someone in the audience. Chrysanthemum seller Kong Fei was wearing a fluorescent mage robe. He looked especially ostentatious. The spectator stands were also filled with spectators. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand people. On the east side of the spectator stands, there were a few independent seats at the highest point. At this moment, a young man in his 20s was already sitting in one of the seats. Kong Fei was standing beside the man, serving him tea and water. He was very attentive. The other referees of the day competition area, including Chu Yu, were sitting at the side. Second young master, look, the first competition area is completely filled. There are also many people outside who couldn't buy tickets and couldn't even enter. This is a huge loss for the Yellow Wings competition area. I think, why don't we expand the first competition area this year and add another 1,000 seats? Kong Fei was smiling so widely that his eyes were about to disappear. He glanced at Chu Yu from the corner of his eyes. How dare you compete with him? You should take a look at yourself first. Chu Yu pretended not to hear him. The expansion of the 9th competition area was much smoother with Yunxing's help. In another half a month, it would be completed smoothly. She hid the news of the expansion very well. When the time comes, she would definitely catch Kong Fei off guard. In the remaining 4 months, she would definitely multiply the income of the 9th competition area several times. Seeing that Chu Yu was ignoring him, Kong Fei was also asking for a snub. Chu Yu, I heard that in the monthly competition this time, the number 9 competition zone did pretty well. 2 groups entered the monthly competition. What do you think? Which of these 2 groups has a better chance of winning the championship? Tianyi Dong lazily glanced at the competition zone. Like Elder Hellion, Tianyi Dong never thought that the Yellow Wings competition area could produce any experts. In previous years, he might not even have come to watch the annual competition. But this time, Kong Fei pestered him so much that in order to appease his little lover, he could only lower himself to watch the competition. This subordinate doesn't know. The contestants of the 9th competition area are all newcomers. How can they compare to the veteran contestants? I think that this time, the first competition area's representative has a better chance. Chu Yu also knew that Kong Fei and Tianyi Dong were singing the same tune and just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. The first competition area's representative contestant this time was Lu Qingqing's Tortoise Blade. She heard that Kong Fei had been hooting for a long time that the championship this time would belong to none other than Willow Blade. He himself had bet quite a bit of money on Willow Blade. Emotionally, Chu Yu was more biased toward Flame Emperor, but out of reason, she still bet 10,000 gold coins on each of her 2 groups of contestants. At least you have some eyesight. I'm going to preside over the competition. Kong Fei puffed out his chest, and a magic scepter appeared in his hand. His magic scepter spat out a flame into the sky. The flame soared into the air and turned into a beautiful firework. The first night of the monthly competition officially kicked off. Chapter 642. There was no suspense in the first night's competition, and it quickly ended. What surprised Willow Blade was that the divine shield that they had thought highly of earlier had actually been defeated. It seems that Flame Emperor's strength is higher than we thought. Tortoise Blade and Lu Qingqing also finished their competition. There was no suspense in these matches. After 3 matches, the victors were Flame Emperor, Willow Blade, and Twin Dragon. Congratulations to the 3 teams that advanced. Please rest in the lounge. Next, we invite the second young master to draw the lucky teams for tomorrow night's semifinals. Kong Fei announced the results of the competition. Since there were 3 teams that advanced, the Heavenly Wing East would draw a team to directly enter the finals. The remaining 2 teams would compete tomorrow night. This drawing of lots was very important. One more match meant that a lot of stamina would be consumed, so the team with the bye could conserve their strength. Time ticked by, but the results of the drawing of lots outside still hadn't been announced. The 3 teams that advanced each took a direction in the contestant lounge. The 2 members of Twin Dragon closed their eyes and rested, not talking to anyone. The results are out. Kong Fei walked in and glanced at Flame Emperor. He said very unwillingly, "Flame Emperor, you directly advanced. Tomorrow night's competition will be between Willow Blade and Twin Dragon." Kong Fei wanted to see Flame Emperor and Twin Dragon meet. These 2 Dark Horse teams both came from the 9th division, so it couldn't be better for them to kill each other. Unfortunately, the second young master had some screw loose tonight, insisting on drawing lots himself. Flame Emperor had run into some dog's hit luck and got a bye. What dog's hit luck? Fine, I'll let you live one more day. Lu Qingqing let out an ear-piercing laugh. Lu Qingqing's previous match had been won very easily by a subordinate team of the Hidden Night Pavilion, almost without any effort. However, it seemed that Flame Emperor had conserved his strength quite well. Tomorrow night's competition would be between Willow Blade and Twin Dragon. As a result, the Flame Emperor was given a bye for the first round. That's great. We can rest for the night tomorrow and watch the Twin Dragons and Willow Blade fight to the death. The Emperor was very happy. One more battle meant that he would need more time to recover. Now that Twin Dragon and Willow Blade were up against each other, both of them were very strong. Needless to say, tomorrow would be a fierce battle. No matter who won, Flame Emperor would have an easier time in the finals the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Twin Dragon and Willow Blade had also received the results of the draw. Long Shui, Master should be very happy with the results of the draw. We will try our best to exhaust Lu Dao's strength tomorrow night. This way, when Miss Yun competes with Lu Dao the day after tomorrow, the chances of her winning will be very high. Long too was an honest person. His master had said earlier that he wanted Miss Yun to personally take revenge, and he also wanted to help remove the obstacles. The current arrangement was undoubtedly the best. Long Shui couldn't laugh anymore. Why did everything have to revolve around that woman? She didn't want that woman to get what she wanted. But, her master had already given the order. What else could she do? You are Twin Dragon. After receiving the results of the draw, Willow Blade came over early to greet Twin Dragon. Tomorrow night, please take care of us. Lu Qingqing acted out of character and actually took the initiative to extend her hand and greet Long Shui. Long Shui shook hands with her without batting an eyelid. When the two shook hands, Long Shui's expression changed slightly, but then returned to normal. I have something to do. You go back to the stronghold first. I will be back later. After leaving the arena, Long Shui and Long Tu parted ways. Long Shui turned into a secluded tea house. There was already someone sitting inside. Why did you ask me to come here? Long Shui was alert. When she was in the resting room, Lu Qingqing walked past her and secretly gave her a letter. In the letter, she asked her to come to this tea house to meet her. Long Shui and Lu Qingqing didn't have any friendship, so she didn't know what her intentions were. She should have told her master about this matter, but for some reason, Long Shui didn't tell Long Tuesday, I don't lie in front of the real person. I asked you to come here to talk to you about tomorrow's match. Lu Qingqing had seen today's match between Twin Dragon. If it's a match, then we have nothing to talk about. Long Shui turned and left. You are not here for the monthly tournament championship. Lu Qingqing's words made Long Shui stop. What a joke. Everyone who participates in the monthly tournament is here for the championship. We are no exception. Long Shui was still unwilling to admit it. If that's the case, then why did you come? You know that I asked you to come here for tomorrow's match. I want to win, so tomorrow night, I must win easily. Lu Qingqing was very smart. She had already seen through Long Shui's strong enmity towards Flame Emperor. Although she didn't know who she was targeting, she was sure that Long Shui didn't want Flame Emperor to win. I can let you win, but I have a condition. I will let you win tomorrow night. The night after tomorrow, you must kill Flame on the arena. Long Shui said firmly. You hate Flame. Seeing Long Shui's face filled with jealousy, Lu Qingqing understood. So it was Flame. However, no matter which one it was, Lu Qingqing didn't plan to let any of Flame Emperor survive the night after tomorrow. After tomorrow night, Flame Emperor will definitely die. On the morning of the second day, Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger received an emergency notice from the arena. Last night, Long Shui of Twin Dragon was attacked by an unknown person when he went out. He was injured and couldn't participate in the match. Only 2 people can participate in the Twin Dragon competition. If one of them was injured and had to withdraw, they would automatically forfeit. As a result, the semi-finals that were supposed to be held had to be stopped. However, the tickets for the semi-finals were already sold out. After a discussion, the arena decided to hold the finals one day earlier. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I dare to guarantee that this matter is related to Lu Qingqing. Dark Knight Pavilion must have bribed Twin Dragon. Dong Huanglinger was somewhat puzzled. Why didn't he get injured earlier or later? Why did he get injured last night? However, suspicions could only be suspicions. After all, there was no evidence to prove that Long Shui's hand was related to Willow Blade. In Yi Baiming's stronghold, Long Shui had a guilty expression on her face. Her arm was wrapped in 3 layers of bandages. Master, Long Shui has disappointed you. Tonight's match. The person who attacked Long Shui last night wasn't found. It wasn't your intention to get injured. You just need to focus on recuperating. Yi Baiming looked at Long Shui's hand thoughtfully. Seeing that her master didn't have any intention to blame her and instead asked about her injury with concern, Long Shui was delighted. However, if you can't even deal with a few small assassins, what's the point of keeping you by my side? Long Hua, from today onwards, transfer Long Shui away. I don't need her to serve by my side anymore. Yi Baiming's words made Long Shui feel as if she was in an ice cellar.